Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to another Deliverance mod stream. I'm starting this one off without Veeq, but that's because it's pretty, well, he's still snoozing right now. He's a little sleeping baby right now. But, yeah. It's alright. So we're gonna start this stream off looking at an attempt to, implement some new units. So I've converted the Gorgoleth's placeholder graphic and fixed some of its team color, although its team color is still definitely lacking. I still have to go over it again, but it's 255 frames, or 256 frames. So, well, no, I think it is 255. But I'm not, like, it's a lot of work, right? So I'm doing it in pieces rather than trying to force myself to do it all at once. I also converted a graphic for the Iroleth, and crucially, on a code-based level, iQuare implemented both the Quarry and the Iroleth already. So we're going to set those units up. The Quarry already has a placeholder graphic that's just some weird kit bash. And we're going to try to get all that stuff taken care of. Now, if I can find a better asset for the Quarry, I will. Maybe I can look through the Atomic Punk stuff, actually, real quick. Because I'm not 100% sure what would be a better structure for it, but you know, there's got to be something that we could use. Oh, maybe this. I mean, even as a little bit of a work animation. Yeah, I think this could actually work out really well. So why don't we come over here and we'll make a new folder, call it Quarry. And we'll pop this open. I need something a little smaller than what I have right now for the Quarry, because I was originally envisioning it as a 3 wide by 2 tall structure, and I don't think that would work in gameplay now. So, what's up, Luciferius? Yeah, that's my leftover analysis file. All right, looks like I already processed all these. So, I wonder what the process actually is then. Let me just quickly pop this in. If I take a look. Oh, it looks like they are not. Well, for one, it was supposed to be 6, and I'm an idiot. But for another, it looks like we do not have the right palette. So let's go ahead and switch to Game Basic. And then we'll arm ourselves with the right stuff there. So I think the black pixels over here are actually meant to be dark parts of the thing, but maybe it's not the case. I don't know what the fuck this is. Like, I think actually maybe this is supposed to be transparent bits. So I guess we'll leave them. But anyway, we needed to get the index correct. So we've done that. Filled in some of the holes. Some of the holes we want, so I'm thinking this one's going to be a little bit more challenging, but we should be able to just... Yeah, this is one where, like, I think they clearly intended this to be darker, because there's, like, fucking floating pixels everywhere. Though I don't know, this also just looks fucking weird, so... I still have... Okay, I want to make sure. Hello, Liquid Corporal. Welcome. How are you, dude? Let's see. Is it just me, or is this not actually... What is this? This floating bit over here, what is that? Okay. Somehow we accidentally made some... Oh wait, no, we actually want to completely seal those off. Yeah, somehow we managed to make a couple of strange blocks of discolored stuff. Maybe that doesn't make any sense. Like, I am massively confused by some of this stuff. So maybe we should just erase some of the unfinished bits, because it's supposed to be an almost built frame. So I don't think it's that important. So we could just do this. We could also use the clone tool to like recreate some parts of it if we wanted to. But I think this will just make more sense from a visual standpoint. There we go. Oh. All right. Okay. So now I think we'll just seal in those few pieces here and there. And hopefully that's good enough. Okay. It's a placeholder anyway, but still I would like it to be a little bit more reasonable. Oops. I guess it was supposed to be only 5 frames. Why are the rest of these? Oh wait, I know why. This program is very good. Very good program. Needs you to have them in the right order. Yeah, there we go. Okay, so now if we just slap this over here, and I am going to run through the building shadow. Okay. All right, we're gonna modify this a little bit. All right, we're gonna try that, and we will go ahead and process those frames. We'll see how they turn out. Maybe it will work out. Just need to process them. All right, now comes the fun part, right? So now comes the data entry part, where we try to actually implement this stuff. I don't know if I actually have the quarry set up. Okay, I do. And it is flingy entry 211. Although I have the wrong setup here, so... Oh, it's this one. Alright, we're gonna have to split this setup a little bit here because... Well, I guess I can take a look at it from the Deliverance files for it are the same, so... Yeah, 518. Okay. Image ID 1001. So I'm thinking control tower might be a good example. So if we pop down here and we... So we'll say 1001, not 10,001. Dry... Oh, no. What were we just using? Quarry. So we'll say quarry init. Well. I should have actually grabbed the iScript from it, but, you know. Alright. So now the thing here is that we're going to need another images dat entry, and I'm not sure what we should do with it. I guess the problem is that I started plugging in Deliverance entries, but I didn't account for the fact that I might be dealing with like very different ones. Let me ask where. All right, well, for now, I think we'll just... No, I really should plan this out a little bit better, huh? So... Oh, wait. I don't even think I can do that, because these aren't, like... The entry names here are just comments. Right, so... I would basically have to, constantly... Oh, man, what a pain in the ass. I would have to create a bunch of filler entries. I guess that would work? All right, how many image entries do I realistically need? Maybe I'll give myself 500, I guess. And so where were we when we started the Ecclesiast? So the Ecclesiast will become 15, 14. Then it was 15, 15, 15, 16. Okay. So, oh boy, now I have to do. There must be something that will paste my shit a certain number of times, so I don't have to count it out manually. Well, I guess I can do 1, 2, 3, 4. Wait. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. So if I search for Scourge and I just say count. Oh, hold on. Yep, 500 matches. Perfect. All right, we have our 500. Just copied it 10 times, then copied 10 of them 10 times, and then copied 100 of them 5 times. So that actually was a little bit easier than I thought. But this is still a ridiculous workaround to have to do. So now I've got a massive fucking behemoth. I'm going to leave a comment over here that says... what should this even say? It'd be like dummy end. And then I'll do a dummy begin at the top. So this is... We're going to start implementing some stuff, so... I don't know where dummy begin should even actually happen. Well, I guess right now I'm only implementing the... I'll implement the Gorgoleth and... the... Quarry Shadow, so we'll say Quarry Shadow. And then after that we can do dummy begin. What a goofball. Alright, so let's pop into our... Delete this. I think we have... Yeah, I'll use this real quick. So in Images TBL, we can scroll on down. We can do this. Say HYDRA Terran. What was the... Oh, yeah. Quarry Shad GRP. Just add the end of line character, and we're good. And this is 943. So we'll say GRP ID 943. I wonder if there's like an export and import as text here. I see export strings, but I don't see... Is it over here? Okay. We might do that later on, just because it might be easier. So let me just do HYDRA Zerg Gorgoleth GRP. End of line. And then over here we'll say 944. C75. Now the iScript for the quarry is listed as ISID 412. And then I guess we can check the Guardian. Eventually I'll find it. Here we go. And we can copy this whole thing. I am aware I did not finish the script for the quarry yet. That's okay. So HYDRA HYDRA Zerg Gorgoleth, and then the image entry for this bad boy is 1015. And so we'll say Imgul 1014, and this is Quarry Shadow. Quarry Shad. Quarry Shad. 0, yeah. So is working should be play frame 0x. Well, play frame 2, wait 2, play frame 3, wait 2, play frame 0. 0, wait 2, go to Quarry is working, and then we'll say, is there a working to idle? It's built, which is play frame. Yeah, that's fine. Okay. Actually, that seems to be fine. I don't imagine there's really any issue with that. So in the Gorgoleth, this is going to be a bit more involved, obviously, but first let me finish the shadow definition for the images, the images entry for the shadow here. So we have draw if cloaked. I mean, I guess I can just copy this whole thing, right? So it's, I guess graphic turns would be 0 because the base graphic doesn't turn. Let me actually take a look at that. If I go to AR images to dat, I can hop in and I can check out the like Hydralisk Den shadow as an example. And we're looking at, yeah, graphic turns is unticked. And okay, that should work. I'll minimize. So that's fine. Now for the Gorgoleth, things are going to be a little bit different here. iScript ID is one above the... Oh wait, the quarry itself I do not have defined in here with its proper iScript ID. If I can fucking find the quarry. Okay. The iScript ID for the quarry is 1014. Otherwise, everything looks fine. Gorgoleth is here. Zerg here. I think this is fine. I don't think there's any issues with this because this is based on the Scourge, which obviously is an area unit that attacks. So there shouldn't be any issues with the images dat entry here. So I should be good to start this off. I just need to specify its iScript ID, which we know is 1015. And now I can work on the iScript, which means I need the graphic in front of me, which means I need to go into the Zerg section. Oh, I have to implement the Gorgoleth as well. So let's move this dummy begin comment over here. Because this one is Hyrolith. And this is image 10, whatever the fuck, 16. And, oh wait. iScript ID is not 1015 and 1014. It is, where is it? This is the quarry one. 412 and 413. That's what it is. Let's try that one again. Yeah, this is 412. Okay, so iScript ID for this one will be 414. GRP ID will be 945. I just got to go into my TBL file, add this. HYDRA Zerg Irolith. Oh, wait, no, I think I already have this added, actually. So let's delete that. Yeah, Irolith is 932. Yeah, same overlay. We're actually good to go there as soon as we finish with the Gorgoleth. So this is what the Gorgoleth looks like. We actually, I had Veeq take a look at some recoloring options for this, and he was able to tone down the highlights, so that like big bright strip on the right used to be much brighter. I'm not sure if the team color now needs to be downgraded in color, like everything needs to move down a couple of depth indexes or whatever. So like there's 8 different color options that you have for team color, and the last 4 are the darkest. Like it goes from brightest to darkest. So right now we're using the brighter pixels, but since we've darkened the graphic a little bit, and anyway, even without the darkening, I think this probably would have had to happen. We might end up taking all pixels of, like, say the pixels that we actually have right now, as an example, might be 1 through 4, and we might want to take 4 and set it to 6. So like move it 2 down. So all pixels of that color are like moved to 6. So like I would just like use the paint bucket tool on a 4 pixel, and then a 3 pixel would turn into 5, and 2 would turn into 4, and 1 would turn into 3. So that would be fine, I think. That's just one example. I'll start a little bit smaller, and I might even end up like repainting some of the brighter pixels in a few places where I think it makes sense, like maybe the blades or something. But as you can see, the team color is definitely still very rough, because I did a paint over every single pixel that I want, but it was for 255 frames, and I already had done it for a couple of different sets, so I still need to do. Basically, I need to do it for other pixel colors than what I actually did, which takes some focus and effort. So let us find here. We've got 1015. Does that mean I have an Irolith somewhere else? I do have an Irolith somewhere else. So that my Irolith is actually 1003. So this will be ISID 414, right? Okay. Oh yes, we are going to need image entries. Is the problem for the shadows. I actually forgot that that was necessary. Image 1016. This is Irolith shadow, and then Gorgolith shadow. So funny story, the reason why I forgot that this is a necessary thing is actually because you don't need new iScript entries for them, but you do need new image entries for them. So if we go and take a look, we can find the Mutalisk shadow, for example. I mean, I saw carrier shadow and stuff down there, and I should have just clicked that, but here you can see it still uses the Mutalisk GRP. Don't be confused by Mutalid. That's just one of the beta names for it. And as you can see, it has, graphics turns, but otherwise it doesn't have like anything in particular. So it's actually quite funny to me that that's how Blizzard did it. But that's basically what happens. So we're also going to need like birth animations and stuff for the Gorgolith and the Irolith, which we don't have currently. So they're going to look pretty fucked up when they initially come into existence. But as far as death goes, we'll probably still use the Overlord death, like, splash effect, right? The red effect for the Irolith and the Guardian one for the Gorgolith. I think that'll be fine for now. We are going to need some custom sounds, obviously, but until we get the sound effects data extender, I'm not convinced that will be good to go just yet. Looks like Veeq is on his way. Okay, so now we have got 1016 as that, and then the Gorgolith Shadow is 1017. Okay, we're good there. We're going to go ahead and hop into this. And Veek's going to hop into a chat with us. But first I have to turn off my music so I don't get destroyed and enable the audio in the stream. Hi.
Hi.
What's up?
What's up?
Holy shit, it's me.
Well, my arbiter got locked down for a while, so I'm sorry I'm late.
Yeah, what happened there? You met
Yeah,
found
one
a way?
of the medicines ghosts, you know. I got tracked by him, I guess. Anyways, how is it going? Like, have you done any progress already? I know I'm late, so you probably did.
Ah, you're only late by like a half hour. I didn't get too much done. And besides, like the last couple days, we've been doing it later starts. It's just today because I work. I was trying to get on the ball, but so I have started the iScripting process for the Quarry, the Iroleth, and the Gorgoleth. I plugged in their images in the extended data. I actually found another placeholder graphic for the Quarry that seems to be better than the one I did use, though we'll probably recolor it. So I guess if you want to start things off with a task to complete, I can actually send you the current placeholder that I'm using for the Quarry, and maybe you can find a way to make it seem a bit more Terran in its color scheme.
Oh, okay.
Because
sure.
I'm in the middle of trying to plug in the iScripts for this mammoth unit that I have here, the fucking Gorgoleth. So 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 9, 10. All right, so it looks like we cap out at 0 times 88 for its idle animation.
Honestly, this graphic looks a little bit like it's from a moon or something.
What do you say, from a moon?
Yeah, from a moon.
Yeah.
Looks like it.
I also got that vibe. I mean, it's supposed to be like what's it called? It's supposed to like drill into the ground and stuff to help you. Like whatever the subtext is, it's a structure that it boosts resource regeneration. So it kind of looks like it has that mining shaft in the middle, even though it's probably used for something completely different in the actual game. But
Yeah, probably.
so the problem that I have with this graphic for the Gorgoleth is that it has a very involved attack animation. So it looks like on DD is when we want to attack with, and then yeah, we should probably know brick code start. So this is going to be 1, 2, 3, 4 frames before you can actually deal damage. So I'm not sure how that's going to work out. All right, for ground attack to idle, we should probably make this like walking to idle or something.
Give me 1 sec.
Okay. Oh, I see. I put it above the... Unfortunately, I don't think the set vert pauses line up here, which is kind of annoying. I just now realized Guardians don't set vert pause or something like that. I'm not sure what's up with that. They don't do it by default. Okay. Maybe that'll work. Not sure. But we've definitely used all of the entries, all of the frames, rather. So. Did I get disconnected? Of course. Class. All right. Should probably throw in.
Hi.
Hi.
I was about to write a funky little message to say that you were dropped, but
yeah, I got.
whatever.
I noticed that I got destroyed because I had like a notification in a chat that I had already read, which only happens when I lose connection. So. All right, let me just pop over here. Take a look at this one. Okay. I guess it's gonna have similar stuff going on to it. How many frames does this thing have? It stops at 66. How fortuitous. I wish setvert pause was implemented in a more intelligent manner, where it just like updates it or something. Local. Oh, okay.
Hey, do you have any feedback to this recolor? I'm not sure about it, but I'm
Yeah.
also not sure how to improve it, so...
Well, so to me, it looks like a little too. Well, the highlights are a little too yellow still, and the darks are like too blue. I don't know if you could make it look like steel gray stuff in the low lights or mids or whatever, and then have the highlights be a bit more like I guess gray as well, but like a different brighter shade or something. I'm not sure. I'm thinking of like something like the missile turret base, or like the base of the comsat. There's some browns in there as well. You for the comsat, for example, that you could take advantage of. The structure's defining characteristic is definitely that centerpiece, but I still think it should be possible to make it work. I also think that this area in the like below the ring on the left is like it's all one color for some reason. That'll probably be easy to clean up manually though. So yeah, that's what I think. People are
Okay, how about this one?
people are really smashing it. That game or whatever. Yeah, for some reason the highlights are still super yellow. I think maybe I don't know if it's actually feasible to use replace color or something to change them to like a blue and then desaturate them with some sort of adjustment layer or something like that, so that they're like a gray blue, like a dim gray blue. But maybe that'll also make it so that it blends in with the other stuff. Because having these like yellow accents or whatever makes it look more. It doesn't really make it look Protoss because of the architecture, but the color scheme almost fits them better. I don't know if you can finagle that.
I should be able to adjust them. I can like make a separate grading map only for the highlights. So
Yeah, something like that might work.
fair.
I want to say that this stuff is done, but I actually don't know if that's the case. You'll like the insane hardcode shit I had to do to make enough space in the extension, the extended data arrays.
Hmm? What happened?
I had to make 500 spare arrays or spare entries so that I could offset the Deliverance entries to 500. Like,
Wow.
instead of being able to define it, because the definitions for them are just comments. Like, obviously they don't do anything. They're just there for documentation. So I couldn't say like an iScript, I can just give it an ID, like 500, and it loads it properly. But in images, like these extended image files, I could not do that. So I had to make dummy entries. So there's actually a thing in the documentation that says dummy begin and dummy end, and I just move the dummy begin down whenever I add another entry. It's pretty psychotic.
Yeah, that's pretty.
That's Blizzard right there, man. I had to.
Yeah.
I took a copy of the Scourge thing, like at the very top, the first entry, and I just copied it 10 times, and then copied all that 10 times, and then copied all that 5 times, and that's how I got 500. It was like the most insane fucking process. I have to do the same thing in sprites, I'm pretty sure. All right, so I'm going to do the same thing over here. This is going to become 1030, 1031, 1032. And then I'm going to come over here. I'm going to make a copy of the Scourge. And 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2,
Honestly,
3,
it
4,
looks
5.
pretty weird with the white highlights, so I don't know. What do you think?
Hold on, I'm dummying myself. Where the fuck is my sprite? Okay. Oh yeah, let me count this. All right, good. Oh, I think that looks way better in the middle, but the yellow stuff is still in need of work. I would say maybe on the strip that's like facing the front of the viewport that has like the brighter team color bit. If you can darken the edges of it somehow, or like, I don't know. Did you? Oh, I don't know if you're also applying all this globally, but I guess I'm not sure.
Yeah, I am.
Oh,
So
okay, for all frames.
yeah,
Okay, good.
but I'm not sure how I would actually darken the edges for that
Yeah,
front piece.
that might have to be something that I do manually, and it's not a part that animates, so when I do it once, I can just copy it over. So I guess at this point, just try to make those yellows a bit more blue, if you can. Like a really like faded light grayish blue. Or maybe even a dark grayish blue, because we already have light grays. But I definitely think that the grays fit way better in the middle. Like, it's a pretty big improvement there. What do I think about using the mouse to draw formations in RTS games? Well, Alexander, I don't know how that would work out. I guess I would have to see, or I need more info to really like start to imagine that, but yeah, I'm not sure. Drawing formations. Like, you would enter into a formation painting mode, and you would draw like what exactly would you be doing? Like, would you like select a box on the map or something for certain units, and then you Yeah, I feel like it would just be really hard to control, no matter what the implementation was. But like I said, maybe it's just I'm not thinking about it the same way that you have. So. All right, so that's 530. Image ID is 1015. Let's take a look at the Guardian. We'll say 344, sure. And so we have 570 and 9. You select 10 siege tanks and hold right mouse button and draw an L shape. Oh, I see. So you would just be like, it would be like you hold the right mouse button while you have a selected units and you draw a shape and the units move in that direction. I could see that working out. It would probably be kind of limited. Like, you wouldn't want to do anything smart with it. Like, by which I mean you wouldn't want to automate anything. It's not like you've got a mixed group of like zealots and dragoons and high templar, and you draw an L, and like the zealots attempt to move in front of the dragoons or something. I think it should be based around what you actually have selected, what the closest unit to that spot moves to that spot, that kind of deal. Obviously, it would benefit from like pathfinding updates and stuff. So it would mostly be useful, I think, in situations where you have units that it doesn't really matter like where in the group they are. But yeah, I could see a use for that.
I think in Company of Heroes, actually, there was a system that you actually were able to, after clicking on the ground, you were able to specify the direction in which the unit group would actually face, like,
Yeah.
after moving there, right? So I don't
That could be
really
useful
remember
for
a
battle
lot of the game,
cruisers.
but
Dawn would like
I
that.
think that's a choice that player could have. I guess maybe.
Well, the thing with facing directions is that it's almost completely inconsequential. The only thing, the reason I brought up battle cruisers is because of their forecastle upgrade.
Right. Yeah.
But formations like what Alexander is talking about, that seems like a plausible idea. It's something that I should you know what I'll do is I'll write down.
I think that game actually had some like directional based behavior, so maybe that's because of that. So what do you think about the last recolor?
Yeah, I was just looking at it, and I think it definitely looks more Terran now, but the edges that used to, or all of where it used to be yellow feels now like it blends in a little bit too much with the rest. So maybe you could increase the depth of the blue or the saturation of the blue accents if you did in fact turn them blue, or like further tweak that sort of thing. Like again, not necessarily making them dark blue, but like a mid, maybe even just like a desaturated blue, but not so desaturated that it looks like basically the same grays as before. Because it's kind of hard to follow like what is going on with the graphic now. Whereas before it was like there's too much contrast. It's almost like now there's not enough. But I definitely think it's on the right track based on looking at that. That's pretty good.
Okay, I tried to add more saturation to blue, but I'm not sure if that looks so great.
Was it in your last shot?
Yeah.
I'm trying to zoom in so that I can compare them directly. Oh yeah, I can see the difference. Yeah, it's a little bit better now because like the accents are a little bit more noticeable. If you want to just send me the PSD file, I can
sure.
finish tweaking it, I think, because it shouldn't be much work now. But yeah, much improved. Moon PSD.
Yeah.
Right, yeah. I mean, it's probably not something we could implement in Brood War, but obviously we're already planning on doing the engine in the first place. So this looks like it is blues. Center ring. And what is this? Dark. Wait, what? Is this just a blank layer or something? Okay. So then on the graphic itself,
Yeah, it was a blank layer.
okay. I want to take a look at
So
this.
with the engine development, we just barely started, honestly. I did some like framework work, but we didn't really yet do much progress.
Yeah, we're definitely going to be diving into it more when we have a bit more time to do so, which won't really happen until after full toilet, I think.
Yeah, I will be right. 1 sec.
Okay. I feel like this graphic needs to be added in depth or something. I don't know what's going on here. Like, I almost feel like I should shift all of these down. And then add some stuff over there. Just to add like a bit of depth to the whole ordeal. Because right now it's kind of one note. That's being interfered with by the gradient or something. Yeah, I almost feel like we need just a less bright color. Maybe not that color though. Oh, what color do they use for the animating frames? Oh, I think he fucked the animation. That's okay, I think I can just restore that later. Maybe it actually looks okay in its current form. Alright. Let me grab the original color, original frame.
Apparently, masks are coming back, so that's pretty unfortunate.
Masks are coming back?
Yeah, like you'll have to wear masks in public places, like basically outside, from what I'm understanding.
A classic. So, you accidentally destroyed the animation?
How did I do that?
Your gradients. That's all. Not a big deal, though. Oops. Pretty easy for me to pull this back. Okay. And then merge these. I wonder if we can like bring them a bit more in line somehow. Actually, I kind of like the greener version, but I'm not sure if it would ever even. I don't know. Maybe it wouldn't work. Doesn't quite look proper there. I'll try the more orangey version. Oh. Turn that shit off. All right. Yeah, I think it looks much better than it did before, so thank you for that.
Yeah, no problem.
Light. Get me out of here. Okay. Now, go to the graphics section here. I need to open this by GRP. Oops. I accidentally tried to import the PSD file. Did not work out. Okay. Excellent. Okay, we're good here. I think we can probably just close that, and that, and that. Maybe that later. So, I've done the ice scripts, I've done the images, I've done the sprites. Now I just need to put in the flingies. Problem with this is we are limited to the number of flingy entries we have. We're still 1 byte, so we can't go past 255. So I can't do my add 500 entries trick. So I think I'll just add 20. Go from 225 to 245. And then up here, I'll make a copy of Scourge. What's up, Original 2? I'm setting up some new units. I know it looks really weird and stupid right now. That's just how it is with Starcraft. 2, 3, 4, 5.
Welcome, HYDRA dozen. So, is a flingy actually required for every unit?
Yep. Also, every bullet.
That's pretty lame.
It's anything that needs to be moved. And it specifies the graphic that they use, so you can't even recycle, like, oh, this unit is going to move at the same rate. Like, I think there's probably a couple of units in the game, like maybe Wraiths and Valkyries or something, that move at the same speed. But you still need to specify a unique, like, graphic for them and stuff, so... Flingies are actually probably the most important ones. I mean, not the most versatile per se, because in images, you can just decide to do for example, in images you can go and make like special effects and stuff. So images are really useful, and you can make like shadows and whatnot. Every shadow needs its own image entry. Every particle effect needs its own image entry.
Right, yeah.
Well, Original 2, pretty soon. We're moving on to our new engine, our brand new engine. Well, we have to make it first, but it will be brand new when we're done. And one of the first things we'll be doing is actually porting this Brood War project into it. So we'll see how we go. But for the next few months, we're working on a campaign. Veeq and I. Veeq is the man with the cute accent, the cute guy. He's a Protoss. He's open for business, if you know what I mean. Got locked down by Metzen earlier, if you know what I mean. So nobody's gonna know what I mean besides Veeq, but that's okay. What's up, Mutas Dozen? So him and I, anyway, Veeq and I are working on a campaign. We're chilling.
I'm Veeq7 apparently.
Yeah, dude. Well, you have a 7. It should be either a 3 or a 12 or an 18.
Yeah, so Veeq7 is actually 7, I guess.
Oh, yeah. When you put it that way, I guess.
Is that a fucking crow? Ah!
That is a fucking crow. What's up, dude? Now that I have the audio back on stream, people can hear the insane sound effects that I use. Wait, what would I even need these flingy entries for? I already have the quarry, and I already have the Irolith, so I'll just do Gorgolith. Oh. That goes down here, and this becomes Flingy 223. And I guess I'll compare the Mutalisk Flingy data. This little system here that I have on the right is so much easier to work with, even though it's very limited. But unfortunately, we can't work with it for the new units that we're implementing because we've extended a bunch of data entries, and currently this tool does not support those. I don't know if it will, or if it's even feasible. The sheer amount of pain we had to go through to extend the data entries in the first place so that we had, like, basically this array of data ends at number 208 and starts at 0, so it's actually 209 entries. But we need more than 209 entries. We need 65535. We need 1,000,000 entries. We need unlimited entries. Because who knows how many units we're going to add? Who knows how many graphics we're going to add, or bullets, or whatever that might need a flingy. So, at this point, we've done this weird hacky workaround that is not really fun to work with. But because we had to do so much stuff, we had to go through so much suffering in order to make even this hacky workaround that is in the background possible, it's become clear that we need to make our own engine and just work on the gameplay and all that stuff afterwards. How much of HYDRA will actually be in Brood War? Yeah, Tier 3 is something we're looking at. One of the concepts that I came up with recently, which will debut in Deliverance, is the idea of advanced workers. The Terrans are going to have an advanced worker that probably builds stuff faster, but also flies. Like, its key thing is that it'll fly, which will unlock a whole host of new things for map makers. I think all of the advanced workers will fly or have some form of like ability to ignore terrain in some capacity. And this will allow you to make, like, in a melee environment or in a campaign environment, you'll be able to make bases that are completely inaccessible. But if, once you hit Tier 3 tech or whatever it is that accesses the advanced worker, at that point you'll be able to say, hey, I've got this advanced worker I can use. I'm going to mine from that, base that's like where the minerals are on the cliff or something. And in general, they'll like improve the mining potential or the speed at which you're mining stuff from more conventional bases that just don't have proper layouts. Like, for some of the mineral fields might be in an inopportune position or something, that where your default basic workers have to like walk around it or something like that in order to get access to it, or maybe they're flat out inaccessible or something in a world where we fix the stupid AI bug where they try to reach a mineral field that they can't. And in a situation like that, obviously the air worker would become really useful. So. Oh, how much content? Yeah, that's a bit of a different thing. I mean, Deliverance will finish, and this campaign is based on HYDRA tech. It has some of its own things as well, but the vast majority of the custom stuff for it is probably going to be HYDRA tech. The Emojins are getting a nice facelift in terms of the tech that they have on offer, and there's a new Protoss subfaction. But like I said, the vast majority of stuff that you experience is like, I think there's more HYDRA than vanilla, honestly, at this point. Is that right? Like, have we gotten to the point where we've actually modified or updated more vanilla stuff than we've left alone? I think most of the game has been tweaked. Like, you know how like Dark
Yeah, I
Archons are
think
mind
so.
controlled? Yeah, like the mind control Dark Archon change, the Dark Templar change. Like, I think more units have been updated than not. I guess buildings haven't really, but more units than, like, we've modified more than we've left alone. So it's one of those things where like the vast majority of the actual game state is going to be HYDRA, which means the content of the campaign will be like playing HYDRA, and then there's like a few extra things, bells and whistles tacked onto it.
Have we actually talked about Terran Nidus canals on stream?
No, I don't think so. Maybe we looked at that graphic on stream where you first had the idea. But yeah, so like there's this graphic that Veeq had the idea to make it an air-only Nidus Canal style, like instant transport structure, because it's sort of like this warp portal thing. I think it'll work out really well, and obviously it's an idea for Terrans based on the graphics architecture. It wouldn't really fit any other race. But we also have plans for a space map where you're going to be sieging a giant science platform, which we're calling a science vessel for now, but obviously it throws scale out the window if those units are actually in the game, so I don't know what we'll do. We might have it not be an actual science vessel and be something else for the sake of retaining some sense of scale accuracy. But that sort of approach, I think, is going to be really neat, because you're going to actually show that in like the opening cutscene where you're boarding the vessel and setting up a base on it. You're going to actually see these things in action, and like some Terran units will start pouring through to reinforce the vessel in that way. So I think it'll be interesting anyway. We got a lot of exciting plans. And no, we did not work for Blizzard before. We're completely rogue in that sense. Just modifying, just adding what we can add. If we had access to the source code for this game, things would be a lot different. We wouldn't need to make our own engine necessarily. We would just refactor the code of StarCraft itself and turn that into a more flexible beast. But unfortunately, we do not have the luxury of doing that. We're still on an older version of the game than the remastered patch, because the remastered patch changed a lot of memory addresses that we use to tap in to make our modifications possible in the first place. So, for example, the data extensions I was just talking about, by adding new entries for flingies and like mover data, image data, that sort of stuff, upgrades and whatnot. All that stuff is not possible in the remastered patch, so that throws out like half the content, basically. We definitely wouldn't want to do that. We can't really add custom graphics in remastered in the same degree. Like, we could, but the tool to do it is way harder to work with. And obviously we would also need to, well, in theory, we would want to make remastered compatible versions of those graphics for completeness, even though I don't really like the remastered graphics at all. Just to be feature complete as a product, that's something that we would look into doing. But we don't have anybody who on hand who could really do that art, even at a basic level. You know, we've got one guy, Dark in Fantasies. He's a real man. You might see him on stream later. And he does like a lot of custom art for us. He does a lot of the ramps and stuff for it that I'll show off when I get to map editing in a little bit for the campaign that we're working on. And that's pretty much it. We don't have anybody else doing like large scale models and stuff. For custom units, we're just grabbing assets from wherever we can find them, basically, and repurposing them and recoloring them and stuff, and figuring out what we can do with them. So, I mean, that is basically that's where we stand, if that makes any sense. And my background is not really in game design as an industry, but I've played StarCraft since I was 4 years old, which is when it came out. And since then, I've just been possessed with the idea. Well, StarCraft I thought was the best RTS. I think history has proven that, just looking at its multiplayer track record. And I also thought that Blizzard did a really bad job with a lot of stuff, which meant, like, I wanted to see it be better, and I wanted a better RTS to play than Brood War, even though, again, I'm a fan of Brood War. It's like I look at Brood War like the glass ceiling of RTS, is the thing that I've said time and time again now, is it's good. I mean, it's the best, but it's not the best because everybody tried to beat it and be better than it and made honest efforts at making better RTS games, but failed. It's that nobody really tried to be better than Brood War. Like, even StarCraft 2, they copied some stuff from Brood War, but they didn't analyze really, I don't think anyway, they took a long time to analyze what they should have copied and what they shouldn't have copied, and the ramifications for some of the stuff that they did end up making, as far as deviations from what Brood War did. Like, there's a lot of stuff that you could do better than Brood War. Certainly pathfinding is one of them, but StarCraft 2 has worse pathfinding than Brood War. Like, it works against the player, it clumps everything up, it disproportionately makes AoE much more powerful just because the game is automatically deciding to move your units in a certain direction instead of, you know, just making it so that the units don't move in dumb directions like in Brood War, and making it so that the units can see buildings as actual objects in the game world, which currently they don't do in Brood War. You know, those two changes alone would probably be fine. I don't think you need push priority. I don't think you need flocking or anything else that's like automating pathfinding and stuff. And ultimately, that's like one small example, but everybody has basically made worse games than Brood War and worse RTSs than Brood War. And as a result, nobody's really made an honest effort at making a better one. Or at least if they did make an honest effort, it didn't pan out. It wasn't good. I think I have the analytical know-how as well as some of the technical skills necessary to actually make an honest attempt and succeed at it. And that's why I've been modding Brood War for so long, is like really a test bed. Like, can I make a better experience than Brood War, even though I'm working within Brood War's very flawed, very limited engine itself. And that's what HYDRA is. That's what, if you do !HYDRA in the chat, you can actually get a link to read a bit more about it. But it's basically a reimagination of Brood War. It's like a remake in a sense, where I'm redrafting all the campaigns for the first 3 campaigns, not for an attempt to tell a different story per se, but just in an attempt to offer a very different experience gameplay wise and actually test the skill of the players. And I think I can add like new races, and I can add new tiers of tech. Like, we're going to go up to tier 5 tech, and we're going to have things that like giant platforms that Terrans can build extra buildings on, and we'll have stuff like Zerg, a giant Zerg worm that burrows through the ground and eats like bases and crazy shit like that, like really high tech stuff at the end of the day that's super powerful but requires a large portion of time to get to. Like that, you know, I think I've got some really good ideas, and I think I got to see where some of the other ideas go first. Like, we're not 100% sure about all of them, but anyway, suffice it to say, I think I have what it takes. I have what it takes to actually get it done. And most importantly, I've built this community here with the help of everybody who's in the chat right now, who's in the Discord server, who's on the forum, and they're willing to help me out too. So, like-minded individuals coming together to make better RTS games. SC2 being an embarrassment is the general consensus. Yeah, well. Yeah, like one of the things that really was a letdown for me when it comes to Brood War, and I guess StarCraft 2 as well, but it was a little bit less so, is that there was never really any offline or co-op content, like non-melee content. If you wanted a challenge, but you wanted it to be a fair challenge where they weren't just like it wasn't just rigged against you, you basically had to play melee. And I like playing melee. Like what we do every Saturday and sometimes every Wednesdays is we actually have a game night where we play HYDRA itself, the project I was just talking about, and we play like PvP, we play PvAI, and we have a good time. But we're actually challenged to be better. Like, we're obviously, you know, I enjoy playing melee, but I think that there's a reason that you would make challenging content in a single player environment too. I mean, for one, some people have ladder anxiety, so it would help them like improve and challenge themselves to get better in an environment where they you know, it's lower stress. Another case would be like, you know, maybe people just want to play co-op content with their buddy, but they don't want to play against humans. So they would play like a 2v2 or a co-op campaign or something like that. Like, there's all sorts of reasons to have content like that, but none of it is really any good, if you know what I mean. Like, if you know anything about the StarCraft 2 co-op stuff, it's kind of the same thing. It's like just enemies that have pre-placed brigades, spawned in waves, and, you know, static shit. It doesn't really feel like they're building up from the same starting worker count and town hall and all that as you are, right? Because they're not. And it doesn't feel like they're playing by the same rules as you are, because they're not. So... Sweat like a motherfucker, yeah. Yeah, dude. Well, I mean, you can conquer it eventually. You just got to keep trying. But I still get that sometimes, like when I'm playing Fraud Nights. I'll get like amped up, you know? It's not really like I'm anxious per se, but it's like I'm elevated. I'm feeling it. That's where I'm like shit talking, telling Veeq he's Psystormed his own units again. It's great. Dude, that reminds me, I gotta extract that sound from your Inconsummate playthrough sometime.
Oh, by the way, I heard those basilisk sounds in the game. They are like actually got me off guard because they are much different than before. But yeah, I guess they are unique enough.
Well, I definitely think
So-
you'll know that they're not the Hydralisk, but I think maybe the sound needs to be a little bit shorter in the top or something. Like the beginning of the sound probably needs to be a little
Maybe.
bit shorter.
I
or
noticed
something.
it's very like pitched up, so
I'm not sure if I'll have time to because I work today and tomorrow, and then on Saturday, obviously, it's fraud night. So unless we do an all-day fraud event, which I don't think I would have time to do that and a mod stream. So I think we'll just have to say next time. What was I just gonna do? Oh yeah. Oh, I guess maybe it's fine in terms of its like speed. But I guess it could also be like maybe the fact that it's pitched down so much makes it feel like it's, I don't know. I guess we could test in like an environment where we have like 12 basilisks. Oh, basilisks. We could have like a bunch of them, and then we could do something like this, and we could just test it out in actual.
yeah, I will like, give the stream without giving you twice, but there's a condition.
Well, the big issue is that it occupies so much space in terms of the soundstage because it spawns 2 projectiles. Now, they only play the launch sound once per attack, but each projectile creates 2 sounds, so you actually don't hear the... Like, it occupies too many sound channels because Starcraft only has like 8 sound channels, so that's kind of an issue, but... Not sure. Fraud only day, frog. Are Corey's and Irelis even working? I have not, I just actually finished implementing them on the tech side. It takes so long to actually do this, though. I think you might be thinking basilisks are too loud because they stop you from hearing anything else. But I can also turn down the sound if that ends up being a consensus. I'll do a little bit. Like, I just need to test it like in an actual environment where I'm playing the game. I just haven't done that in a while. But yeah, I set up the quarry, the Gorgoleth, and the Irileth in the code here for iScripts, and in the Flingy, it's 223, so I have to go into the config now. Gorgoleth, data rewrite equals unit Flingy. If I go to Flingy over here, this is a really like impossible almost thing to keep track of because now I have like a version for Deliverance and I have a version for HYDRA, and I'm just trying to synchronize everything between them without taking up vital Flingy entries in HYDRA's own shit. So pretty unfortunate. So what unit ID is the Gorgoleth anyway? I think it was the Kukulza Guardian. I can open up the HYDRA game state. I have so many places where this is documented now. It's great. Gorgoleth. Yep, 56. And we've already done the quarry, I believe. 220 to 11, which seems correct to me. Yep, that's the quarry. And the Irileth is 213, which is the Irileth. Yep. Now, sprite IDs, I'm not sure if they're accurate. Looks like they are. But... did I do one for the... I think I did one for the Gorgoleth already. Once we get this... Well, again, I don't think that we'll actually be able to implement this in the context of like, oh yeah, we can actually use PyDat for it, the DAT editor. But either once we get our new engine set up so that this isn't a problem, or we end up integrating it with PyDat, like, it's going to be so much fucking easier for me to do this. Honestly, that medic had some serious balls, though. Could you imagine fucking, like, just a legion of those anti-infantry hydralisks walking up and destroying everything, and you're like, all right, I'll heal you. The AI doesn't care. That would actually explain a lot. Maybe the AI, maybe all of the AI's units are actually AI instead of real things. You ever think of that? What am I looking at? Image ID 1015. That's accurate. iScript ID is not 1015 though. iScript ID is... Wait. Oh, is this the wrong images? No. This is the right one, right? It says all the dummies? Yeah. What the fuck? What did I do wrong here? Gorgolith iScript is 413. Irelith is 414. Quarry is 412. I thought I swear I put this in here before, but maybe I'm losing my mind or something. Res area's amount of minerals instead of unit quantity. It sounds like you're trying to do a workaround for worker counts. I would just... I mean, I guess you could do like... Yeah, you could do that. Because I was going to say, like, you could just make new blocks and have a command that checks the res area quantity. But we just need to be able to actually make conditionals so that we can check that stuff and then do any command we want. But, of course, odds of us doing that before the end of the full toilet are pretty low. I did just remember that I forgot to copy over the graphic, like the little frame that I made in the Quarry PSD. Forgot to copy it over to the other frames, so... Just adds a bit of definition, nothing crazy. Okay. So, this is frame. And save it as a BMP. Wait, did I index it? I don't remember. No, I did not. Okay. Hell yeah. Yeah, so I think after I'm done setting this one up, should be good to, wait, do I have a folder for this already? Yeah, I think we should be good here. Close this after I make my changes permanent. Okay. So Hydra, Terran, Quarry, and Quarry Shad. Unit, Hydra, Terran. And then unit, Hydra, Zerg. I have a bunch of more graphics I could, in theory, process, like the buildings that I want to use for Zerg. I guess I should do that for the spawning pool, because there's actually no read for it at all. But first I'll test this. Quarry death not found, by the way. Oh. I guess I can use the iScript entry. At least that actually does warn you when to compile. There's that. Alright, so far so good. What the fuck? Well, I fucked it up, Iquare. Help me. Oh, hold on, I'll open up the file myself first. Why does it say 223 a million times? What the fuck? Does it actually read the comments for the entry name? Config mismatches with unit ID with unit def. What the fuck? I have to update unit def for config? I guess that makes sense, but... So what should I be doing here then? As I don't actually... I'm not running an AI script, so... I don't have the right unit ID in unit def. What is my config? This is the HYDRA one, right? I don't understand what I could have done wrong. I only added the Gorgoleth. Would it be that I don't have 56? No, I do. It's right here. Yep. I have all of them. And yeah, I just imported this unit def. So. Man, that's 100 megabytes. I'm pretty sure it's some fucked up entry or something, but hold on. I guess I'll send space it instead. Man, does anybody actually use cookies for performance? I'm pretty sure it's only for spying on you. Well, I already sent you the EXE, so... Oh, I guess I haven't compiled A's in a while. So maybe that has something to do with it? Like maybe you fix some shit? I'm not sure. I will compile the latest GPTP plugin as well, just in case I'm missing something. Oh, perfect. In that case, I shall fetch. Oh, it's not here yet. Oh, I think your initialize thing got recommented or uncommented or something. Oh wait, no, it didn't. That's weird. Oh, wait, never mind. I was thinking that I wasn't hearing any sounds from unit responses, but actually I was not hearing any sounds from the basilisk, and that's what I would expect. So can you push your change, Iquare? Oh yeah, Veek, what are you up to, by the way?
I'm kind of watching the stream. And
Oh, okay. Just chilling.
I guess so.
Was there anything on the map that still needed to be done? I remember you said that you did the high ground in Guthroki's main.
Yeah, we don't have the blends, I guess, or I just don't
I think
see
we have
them.
some of the ones that you'll need, but not all of them. We have north-facing blends. I don't know if you've seen the cliff, where the cliff stacking actually is.
It's on the it's on the north side.
So like, if I go over here. Oh, yeah, it's not going to exactly work there, I don't think. Yeah, so I'm going to need to make more blends. I have this one, though. So yeah, I could just add those later on. It'll actually be kind of nice to see like those really weird blends, because I feel like, I don't know, it's probably just because I know the game on an editor basis as well as like a player basis. So most players probably, this isn't going to matter that much, but it's almost like when you know the game from a map making perspective and you know what's normally possible, and then you see something that's not normally possible, I feel like that just, it's really like satisfying, for lack of a better term. It's like you see that and you're like, oh shit, man, they put effort into this. Like, it's not really the immersion we're going for per se. Like, it should look seamless, but for people who are already inclined to look at it through that lens, I think they'll find some pretty neat stuff. Like they'll
Right.
you know they'll have some appreciation for it. Am I in the wrong? No, this is HYDRA 8. I think Iquare forgot to push his change.
Maybe.
Okay. Veeq and I worked on this map together, but yeah, the majority of the layout, I suppose you could say, was mine. Oh, I guess we should do something more like this. Jungle is so hard to find all the different spots that are like fucked up because jungle and dirt blend pretty seamlessly together, so some parts you won't even notice until you zoom in. Oh yeah, Veeq and I also talked about making it so that the way that you do stuff like what's it called? The ruins being unbuildable is actually pretty detrimental to the experience of adding decor to the game and making maps look nice and thematic. So I'm hoping that we can come up with a version of the ruins graphic that feels more approachable from that perspective. So like you look at it and you're like, wait, I think I can build there, and then so like it doesn't look as weird when you can't. Okay, thanks. I will get right on that. Just waiting on this to compile, then we'll test again. Hopefully get to the bottom of why that was bugging out. I'm wondering if we can find another spot for there to be some swamp, but I really like that it adds a little bit of like uniqueness to the area over here. All right, that's done now. We can do this. It didn't even start, dude. Yeah, it's closing on startup now. Well, whatever you did, I think broke it. It just terminates on startup with no debug. Launches fine without A's, so it's something in A's. Yeah, but there is no panic, is what I mean. There's no information for me to go off of at all. Okay, thanks. I'm telling you, man, it's probably just some like stupid thing that I haven't properly done or looked at here. I wonder if it's because of the length of the entries or something. Like maybe I put in too many. Flingies, for example. I don't think I did, though. Oh, wait, I think I know why. Hold on. I know why already. I could tell you. Um... Can close that, close that. Oh, no, it still breaks. SMH. I wonder what that could be. Trying to think of what all the rules need to be for the tool to rearrange their stuff.
So have you actually pushed the new SMPQ for HYDRA to the repository?
No, the one that has like the desert changes and stuff. I mean the ruins changes.
Yeah, yeah.
Not yet. I was thinking we should probably just make the whole thing buildable instead of picking and choosing, and then we'll look to replace the graphics with something more inviting a little bit later on.
Yeah, sure.
And then obviously, like I was saying earlier, we can add like another subtile for it that's like broken or something. That might even just be the default ruins foot tiles that are unbuildable. It wouldn't even need like special edges either, because we could just make it so that it blends with the buildable ones. I think it would be a really versatile tile there, decoratively speaking. No, this is Githroki. I just haven't changed his color yet. I haven't figured out what color Githroki is going to be. So hopefully that explanation makes sense, Iquare. The reason we need duplicates. We need the duplicate action because that many graphics don't have 30 facing direction. Wow, apparently Iquare already made the tool for reassigning Five Nations stuff, except it was for an older game. I just didn't know that it would also work for this. I'll have to play around with that later on. I always thought that the ruins tile set was like pretty, or the ruins tile type was pretty neat, but I never felt like it was ever something you wanted to use as a developer because of its lack of buildability, right? So should be a decent change.
You mean ruins?
Yeah, that's what I said.
Yeah, I think they could be used even for like the town center stuff, like
Yeah.
the marker.
I agree. Okay, I'm gonna try this one again as soon as it finishes the commit or the compile. So how are you feeling about the map at this point? I mean, we're basically ready for AI, I think. I'm not sure if there's any more layout changes we should consider.
I like the layout so far. It's pretty great.
Yeah.
I'm interested, like, how long will actually Phoenix forces survive, because that might be like a defining factor of this map, I guess.
Right. I mean, we should also figure out how much pre-placed stuff they're all gonna have, right?
Right, yeah.
I'm not really sure about Kathroki's layout because, like, his geyser's kind of floating in the middle of nowhere. It's hard to say too much about that, I guess, but I think maybe there should probably be some stuff around here that adds to his, oops. Why does it do that? Like, I'm thinking, oh man, it's gonna be such a nightmare trying to detail these cliffs. If I get too close, they just implode. So we'll leave it as it is for now, I guess. But I think something like just a little bit more. Well, actually, we wanted this to feel a bit more battle scarred, didn't we? So maybe we can I'll just add some more cliffs or something.
And maybe we can even add some ruins, I guess.
Oh shit. So you've been busy detailing the ruin. Gee, I wonder why you want to add so many ruins. It's really strange.
Maybe because it's a usable tile now.
Oh yeah, how did you like the Eidolon track? Have you listened to it again today?
I couldn't really listen to it, but
Well, you don't
from
have
what
to.
I
I was just
remember,
curious.
it was quite great. So
Yeah, I think he
like,
did a bang-up job on it. That's pretty exciting to know that we've got like high quality music on the way. Pretty fun, pretty epic. I mean, imagine the moment that we were talking earlier about like the epic moment at the end of the campaign. Like imagine that with the music of that caliber. I think it'll really feel the part.
Yeah. Music is actually very important for building atmosphere.
Yeah.
So definitely.
That's one of the things that I wish I had done more of in the past is like, even though it would have been flawed music, it would not have been great for a variety of reasons, like in terms of the actual caliber of the audio. It still would have been like contributing, you know what I mean? Like I did that at the end of Inconsummate, and like I think that really helped it feel impactful, even though obviously like the gameplay experience is terrible,
Yeah.
but the story moments themselves felt more like moments when we had that music going. So I thought that was pretty important stuff. I don't know why Blizzard would make this shit the way that it is. I guess it's only natural that with the this campaign being Protoss focused, we would have a couple more Protoss tiles that are a little bit more usable. I actually wonder a little bit about how likely it is that I mean, the campaign has a lot of other stuff in it, right? It has Zerg, it has Terrans, which is good for the variety's sake, but I'm always just like, with this project so far, I'm a little curious about if we'll be able to keep it that way. Because we have so many changes to the, like, changes planned for Terrans and stuff. And obviously HYDRA itself means, like, there's a ton of new content for all the races, a ton of new mechanics and stuff. So.
Yeah, I wonder how new players will actually be overwhelmed with all of the stuff, because it's not really that overwhelming for a HYDRA player, I don't think, but
right.
If someone new comes, then they might have problems with actually like understanding the textures and stuff.
Well, that's another reason why you make sure that you add a decent amount of, like, time for players to soak in the info. That's one of the reasons why I don't think things like tooltips on command cards are super offensive, because they are purely gameplay information, but they're done in a way that it's like you can ignore them entirely if you don't want to look at them, right? Like if you already know about them, like it's not like a tip that flashes on the screen and yells at you for not looking at it. It's very much something that you opt into taking a look at. And so, players will be able to mouse over the shit like the tooltip for certain things and be like, oh, I wonder what this ability does. Or what is this new unit anyway? What's going on here? And you know. Yeah, I mean, that's the main thing. We have to put we have to put in the work for the engine so that we can actually make the content, which feels kind of bad because it feels like something that, like, particularly it feels like an engine like Starcraft's just should work better. But it is what it is, you gotta get it done all the same, so. Okay. So we've added some nice decor over there. I wanted to add some of the town hall markers to the few places that don't have it yet. I think there's only like 2 or 3 bases that don't have it. Because 3. And now we have a bit more variety too in the tiles that we can use for town hall markers. Not just ruins, but also some stuff. Alright, well, I guess I'll just turn that option off instead because I can't see shit. No, not a single one. Well, there's hours in the future, but that doesn't count yet. Dude, we can have submerged ruins later on. Working with tiles underwater is kind of a shit show, but maybe DF can teach me how it's done. Hey, who put this here? Did you put this here? Veeq7? Oh, I'm disconnected. Fuck. Hi.
Yeah, I put that there. Hi.
I'm glad you knew to look for the right height level, because they're identical coloring right now. So, good job.
You also have to place one town marker to the left. If you didn't yet, the one that is like the odd one below the bridge.
Right here. Hey, it's like Sanity's Falls expansion.
Yeah.
Ah! Wow. Impressive. Epic, in my opinion.
I'm not sure if that's the most optimal position, but
Oh, it's a bit closer to the gas, which I assume players will want. I mean, they could also put it over here if they want to be absolutely close, but I think it's a nice balance. Otherwise, you just move it down one.
well, yeah, but that's the difference of worker on the gas, but a lot more on the minerals.
I don't know if it's a lot more. Well, I guess you're probably
I
mining
think
with
it
4
is.
workers anyway, so... Will Ahmed Corpse appear in Deliverance maps? My man. Yeah, probably. Some sort of Ahmed Easter egg. I don't know what it'll be, but it'll be something. Dude, don't click. Sprite palette. Oops. think I put the wrong height level over there, unfortunately. Big dummy. Yeah, too bad we don't have access to the source for SEM draft. Too bad it's just not possible. I mean, we don't know why it's not possible. We just know that it's not possible. Where? Oh. Okay, thanks. Let's get a pretty new color for Githroki, dude. Wait, I think he's... Oh, that's not gonna work. All right, let's check all of the different... blood's a little bit brighter red. What did I pick before? Vermilion? I don't think so. Well, if we wanted just them to look like they have no team color and they are just Zerg, salmon might work.
Well, that's a little odd, Emma.
Hey, the tomato color might work too. I don't know. I don't want it to be super overlapping with any other Cerebrits brood that might show up here. I guess we could figure out what other broods are going to be there. Like, we have Arak, we have Gorn. Those are the two that Zeratul kills, but maybe we don't have that happen because it doesn't really matter to the story. So maybe they're sticking around for a while. But the other question is like whether or not we deploy any others. I think maybe it's fine to have just those 3 Zerg broods throughout all of the missions. The concern I have is that smoky black is a color that would look very similar to this at a glance, and that's the color for CAG. So if we do decide to pick a color like this, we kind of remove the opportunity for that. I was actually thinking of a green color, though, that might work better for the Zerg. It's just that your ally is also a green color. I think your ally is...
So what about maybe a yellow?
A yellow... Let's take a look. I guess we could use one of the olives, potentially. So this is lemon. This is saffron. Saffron looks pretty nice. This is dark olive and light olive. Dark olive looks kind of menacing. Saffron's much more bright and cheery. So let's take a look. So this is goldenrod. Aralide yellow, which is like a nice faded yellow. Looks like a little bit less comical, I guess. This is brass. which looks a little bit more faded. Well, I guess a little bit darker, not necessarily faded. Intense. Sun glow. Should look kind of weird on Zerg, I think. A little too bright, maybe. Dark bronze, which looks too black, I think. Beast brown. Compare that to some of these other ones. Guess it's an option. It's kind of muted. We'll remove those. What is this one? Yeah, get rid of that. Beige, probably not. Golden brown. I guess that could work as well.
So what do you think?
Did you send me something?
No, I'm asking if you like something. I was thinking about goldenrod, but I'm not sure.
It's like a nice middle ground. I also think that brass looks kind of neat because of the more faded nature, but it's a little bit less orange. So that it's like a little bit more one note. Well, we can try goldenrod for now because I think it's probably like pretty versatile color anyway. So we'll throw them in here, and then if we find a better option later, we can always swap it in. But the good thing is it's pretty striking on the minimap. I guess the one thing that you might confuse it with is Arak. But we can change his minimap color to be darker, or this minimap color to be darker, or something, if we want to avoid that. How do I design my resource areas and pathways of the map? Inconvenient expansions and useless pathways is something you often end up with. Well, I told you this a little bit yesterday when I was DMing you about it, but I kind of like to consider it more as if... Well, I look at it more like these are all choices that the player has to make, and then I also try to design the AI's bases in the same structure. So, like, one of the things that I talked with Veeq about doing was over here, we have this ramp, and it doesn't lead anywhere. Like, there's no north-facing ramp to get in here. But you can potentially harass... Nice blend, by the way. You can potentially harass the workers of the Zerg, right? So in a melee environment, I try to conceptualize it all like that. In a melee environment, you might actually want to do that for some reason or another. And... you might want to harass your workers, but you're making a decision. Like, it's super easy for them to reinforce here. Like, they could just send some Zerglings after your Dragoons or whatever is over here. They could definitely surround you and stop you from leaving. So you're kind of being committal, or you're saying, I have enough space, I have enough speed, I can, like, speed vultures or something. I can just run over here and do that. And you don't have a huge amount of range. Once we get the range changes in from HYDRA, where we get the +1 range for that, that'll help with this situation. But you know, it's still one of those work in progress type things. But that's like a decision that I made that was entirely based around a perception that the player may decide to do some worker harassment, which I also wanted to carry over here when dealing with the player. So in a world where I designed this area, and this will probably never happen in the actual game, but I designed the area that, like, the player takes the base, but they have a low ground disadvantage over this ridge back here. And so if you were a player fighting against whoever ends up having this base, you might move your units up here to attack, and then you could get surrounded on the other end or from the backside. Like, it's a similar kind of rule, even though it's a bit more flexible as a pathway. And so in that sense, I tried to make it more designed to be exploited by players who were actively taking part in what was going on. So. The temple where Tauros fought the Zerg, that is not going to be on screen, I don't think. If we do decide to show it, it'll be probably towards the end, I imagine. But it's not like... Oh. Can't parse string Kassan Screamer. But I don't have Kassan Screamer. Oh. That's funny. Yeah, it wasn't even related to the fucking stuff that I had done. How goofy. Well, thanks for that debug info. Unfortunately, it's giving me stupid errors related to images TBL and doesn't actually tell me what string it, or what graphic it doesn't have. All right, looking at unit HYDRA, we have Pennant, Dry Dock, Future Station, Madrigal, Shad, Madrigal, Munitions Bay, Paladin, Shad, Paladin, Quarry, Quarry Shad, Savoyard, Savant, Gorgoleth, Iroleth, Mutation Pit.
I don't think you have Quarry.
I just
Oh,
pressed
no,
it.
you have.
Yeah. So I'm gonna
So
look
I'm
over
not sure.
here. We've got Quarry, Pennant, Iroleth, Mutation Pit, Paladin, Madrigal, Savant, Savoyard. Do I have a Savant in here? Oh, it's... Wait, no, I do have a Savant. Never mind. Savoyard, Paladin, Shad, Munitions Bay. I have Munitions Bay. Yep. And I have Paladin and Paladin Shad. I have Madrigal and Madrigal Shad. Dry Dock. Future Station. I guess I don't have Gallery. Still not everything. Dude, what the fuck? Why? Okay. Well, then it's just Quarry Shad and the Gorgoleth, so I don't know what else would be here missing. Like for Zerg, we have all three. Gorgoleth, Iroleth, Mutation Pit. For Protoss, we have the Pennant, which is the only Protoss one. And then for Terrans, we have Dry Dock, Gallery, Future Station. No, sometimes it does and sometimes it doesn't. I don't know why. Oh, it might be that I don't have the latest ARRTBL. Maybe, I think sometimes when it doesn't actually have, it doesn't give you a name, because of that. No, that wasn't it either. Fuck, dude. I think it has everything in here. Can't see what I'm actually have selected, of course. Quarry. What do you mean? This is a Starcraft debug message. I don't know if you can interact with it at all. I'm not talking about the config. I fixed that. That was the... I still had Kassan Screamer instead of Cascathalor and like an unrelated option. This is the actual game can't find a GRP file, and I just don't know what GRP file I'm missing. I guess I can just Hail Mary it and just re-import everything and see if that fixes it. But it's kind of goofy.
You know, you can add entire folders now.
Yeah, I still haven't messed around with that, so I'm still dummy and don't know what I'm doing. Yeah. I don't know what the fuck it would be complaining about now. 944 is the last GRP entry referenced. So I don't have anything other than that. HYDRA's are Gorgoleth.
So maybe there is a typo or something?
Yeah, that's what I was thinking too, is like it might just be a typo, but Is it in the mutation pit? It's not it. I don't see anything wrong. I'll get rid of stuff that's not actually implemented. I don't know if blank strings cause issues. I know that's fine, because it's just a pylon graphic. All of the shadows are appropriately appended, so... I don't know what the fuck is wrong with it. Did I, like, import a file in the wrong path or something? Well, I do have this, which is pretty funny. The fuck? I broke selection because I used the delete key. Dude, what? I honestly don't know what happened there. That's really weird. PCC chat. Why the fuck is that there? Whatever. I can just get rid of it. Oh wait, this is the MPQ. Okay, I still have no idea what could possibly be the problem here. Pennant, dry dock, feature station, gallery, magical, missions bay, quarry. I don't see any typos. Wow. Undoing stuff in PyTBL is very interesting. I clicked insert string and it just... Oh, wait, maybe I misclicked and deleted something. I don't know. Where's the close button? I really wish this updated properly. to a blank string. All right, now it works. Makes sense. Dude, check out my Irolith. I forgot to index the shadow correctly, but that's okay. Feel like we're missing something here. Oh. That's why. Okay, Gorgoleth is right ID 517, where it should be 530. Irolith was fine. Image ID 1015, which is accurate, I think. But the Irolith shadow needs the remapping thing. Draw Funk 10. Okay. Oh shit. There we go. I guess we probably should remove the set vert pause stuff. I'm glad this GRP entry is looking good. Alright, what the fuck happened there? 944. Oh, I see. I have to insert a string above. What is 943? Yeah. Oh. Okay, let's try this again. For some reason, I think it's the quarry shad existing is fucking it. I don't know why, though. I mean, I clearly have it in here. It's right here. I have HYDRA, Terran, quarry shad. Yeah, it's spelled right and everything. I can't believe I'm doing this, but... Like, why, dude? Why do you not want... Maybe this is like... No, that doesn't make any sense. I really have no idea why there's a problem with the fucking quarry about things, like... It doesn't follow at all. Extenders are useful, but it's so fucking annoying working with them because of this shitty-ass engine. I can't even start my fucking mod right now because of this, and I have no idea why it's happening either.
What if we actually hit some weird, like, string limit for the unit name array or something?
Well, that can't be the case. That was my instinct too, but I added more. I added all the Deliverance stuff into this one, so.
So is the query actually causing the issue? Or
Well, it just says it can't load the shadow. Well, it doesn't say that, but that's the when I added the definition for the shadow is when it busted. But the shadow
Right,
opens
yeah.
fine in PyGRP, so there's nothing corrupted about it. And it has the same file name and the same file path as in the MPQ, if we scroll down there, right?
So what if you would actually try a different name for it, I guess?
Well, I just used the delete key, so I broke everything again. Gotta use backspace only. Okay, so now I've like removed the file, so it actually tells me what I'm missing. But I'll plug in the new file that has the right definition for it, and it goes back to doing this. So I've got no fucking idea.
Weird.
There's no context.
What if you actually replace that graphic with something else?
I don't think it's a graphical thing.
I would check it just for the sake of it, so we are sure. I think it should be Hydra Terran. Unit Hydra Terran, not Unit Terran Hydra. Maybe a...
Oh yeah, well that I fucked up on,
Yeah.
but that's not. That's just a temporary thing. As you can see, there was no change.
Yeah, okay. So that eliminates that. So I really have no idea what could be happening.
Oh well. Okay, well I guess that doesn't work for some reason. I still have the old definition for Quarry Shad, but no.
So another idea, what if you actually try to reopen images.tbl? Maybe it got corrupt or something?
Apparently.
Wow. Yeah, so probably inserting is actually fucking broken.
I always had a suspicion that that was the case, to be honest. What a disaster. Why does my clipboard just never work in this fucking OS, man? No, it's still broken. Oh. Wait, what?
Yeah, I don't think you re-imported the core shadow.
Yeah? You sure about that?
Yeah, weird. And the error it actually wanted a query shadow without a dash, so...
What the fuck? Is this entire file just fucked forever? I just fixed all this stuff. Okay. Everybody sees that it was just now modified. Okay. I still had the other one selected or something like an idiot. I think that's what happened there. Oh. That's a shadow,
That we
alright.
have this? Oh. What the fuck?
We have you on visual. Commander calling online. Commander.
Something has gone horribly wrong here. Oh fuck! Get me out of here. Get me out of this mess. Okay. Really not helping myself over here with the multiple files open and shit. Okay. What a mess. Gorgoleth points to 530. Oh, I'm in the wrong one. .530 is Gorgoleth. Points to image ID 1015. 1015 is Gorgoleth. TRP ID 944. Images TBL. It will reopen you again. Oh, now that explains it. The insert stuff destroyed it, I guess. Pretty incredible that that's fucked up that entire time. Alright, there we go. Looks like we're gonna need to fix some shit with the, like the frames are a little inanimate or something.
Yeah, I see.
Alright, hold on. Let's give it... Let's go back into iScript here.
Honestly, I pretty like how it's twitching, like...
Yeah, it's pretty
Like-
psychotic.
Interesting. One sec.
See a nerd? Fix the IRLF doing the same thing as well. Yeah, I think it has some weird offset where it's like not quite center or something, so that'll be annoying to fix. I think I fucked up its attack animation too. Thanks, Pie Dad.
Hi.
Hi, Dad. Just setting up the attack here. And if you want to add Essence Drain, we have the unit, so. I haven't added any spell orders. I think the last time we talked about orders, it was something like needing. I think we had a couple. We still had like a couple left. I don't remember. Maybe Guardian Aspect is still something that we can take over. Did I? I don't think I specified the damage amount. And then 3380. An attacker. And the range should probably be something like 25, maybe? How much is, let me find the Kaiser Blades. Yeah, that's 25 range.
By the way, we have already Nidus Canal and alternative for Terrans. Maybe we also could use the warp gate graphic for the Protoss to do something similar. What do you think?
Well, the graphic could work, but I'm not sure if it would fit. I originally had the idea that there would be some structure that could cast recall at a reduced cost or something, or just a structure being more accessible as far as there was supposed to be some sort of warp anchor or warp beacon type structure, and it was basically would allow you to recall units to the structure instead of it being to an arbiter. So it'd be like a support structure. So
Yeah, it would kind of be like more usable, more flexible than a Nidus Canal.
Yeah,
so.
it would also be more unique, so that it's not just another variant of a Nidus Canal.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's fine to just use CTF Cop 1 then. It's not really a big deal for that sort of thing. The tech ID of Essence Drain, I don't think I set one up, but I can check in Firegraph. Oops, that's not what I wanted to do. Okay. Wait. Okay, so we're there. Definitely don't need to be that expensive. Yeah, that's what I thought. Now I have it here that the Gorgoleth is medium size, so we'll test that out. Could be cool. It doesn't look like I picked one for Essence Drain, but since we're replacing the conduit order, we can also replace its entry, so that'll be 35. So we'll do Essence Drain Gorgoleth. And we'll say
So what conduit actually was?
that's for the warp relay. That's binding the warp relay to the production structure. We're probably not going to have time to implement that, and we needed a tech ID and order ID extender for implementing it, so it's probably just new engine stuff. But it was possible to, like, Ichor had it working, so the code of its, the programming of itself was not the limitation. As always, it was the fucking data arrays. So. I'm just going to update the essence drain. ID 35. And then I need to find conduit and remove the IDs. That also gives us aperture to use since we're committing to not using those. So remove IDs for port and relay abilities. Add Gorgoleth. Essence Drain.
What do you think about a unit that would actually deploy like power fields dynamically, like War Prism in Starcraft 2?
I think it could definitely be used. Like the War Prism, I think is an interesting concept that adds like flexibility to a system that the Protoss already use. It's just that obviously everything surrounding that concept as far as it was executed is bad. And then
honestly, I think it was my like favorite unit of Protoss Rise in that game. So
weapon ID is 47. The unit ID is 56. I think it has a lot of potential, but I mean, they reworked it like a million times, right? So
yeah, they added that pickup range, which is actually pretty toxic because you can actually rescue any unit out of pretty much that situation. So
yeah. Okay. I've configured the Gorgoleth to use the ability and the Guardian Gorgoleth Apiary to research the ability. Which reminds me that I'm going to need to make a new add entry Gorgoleth Apiary. And we're gonna have to add, go to Queen, to add this, 7, 5. Close that for now. And add the latest scripts. Add... Oh, wait, I don't want all of those, just the dat files. I don't know what the fuck has gone on with the shadow over there. What the fuck? Why does he spin around there? What's going on?
I don't know, but that looks hilarious.
Maybe that's a GRP issue? Doesn't look like a GRP issue, so maybe I screwed something up in the... iScript. So we'll try that. I'm sure it's easily explainable by user error, but anytime I introduce a new plugin or something like that and shit starts falling apart, I get really worried. I'm pretty sure it's still happening. Yeah, why though?
Yeah, it looks like it.
What the fuck?
Are you using Subvert Post possibly?
I'm not using that anywhere in the graphic anymore.
I'm not sure.
It makes me think that like one of the frame sets is fucked. It's like in this bit right here after the animation has finished. Oh, because there is no FF. What an idiot. That's incredible. So it's like, it's boiling over.
Right, yeah.
Yeah, okay. Whatever, it could have just crashed, so it's good that it didn't. I wonder if ISDebug even, I mean, it seems to work fine, but I wonder if it'll cause conflicts with the Knaves script plugin. Yeah, that's much more reasonable. I'm not sure, like, the range feels good, but the unit, it does meet, like, it's a little far from the unit, you know what I mean? So we probably need to reduce it, but maybe then we can, like, increase the unit's acceleration or something. So that it also, like, if we increase its excel a little bit in Flingy, we can, like, reduce the weapon damage and it won't, like, need to stop as quickly, if that makes sense. Or it will be able to stop quicker, so it won't be, like, a huge usability nerf. Even though we're reducing the range by quite a bit. So if we up its XL to, like, 142... I think we should probably lower its top speed. And we'll try that configuration, because I don't think it should be as fast as Muta's. Maybe it should be, though. Maybe it ends up being fine. Actually, I'll revert the top speed nerf. Well, we're not going to use Aberrance, so I guess we can cannibalize the Kukulza Mutalisk attack for the... Oh, let's use 51 for order check. What should the range of Essence Drain be? Should it have to be in melee range for it? I was originally thinking it was going to be a far enough range. Like a decent range. So maybe it should be like 64 pixels or something, so it's not like really tiny. That would be 2 weapon range, so... Well, I guess it would be... I don't know. It's like 1 less than the Hierophant's range without upgrades.
Are you talking about the air-to-ground weapon?
It doesn't have an underground weapon anymore. It has an ability that drains energy from the target, and then it uses the energy to deal normal damage instead of concussive. Which we might have to modify, because now it deals... Like, concussive damage is pretty strong, or like much stronger than it used to be, so... We may have to modify that to be a bit more oomph. Maybe it gets like AoE or something. What do you think about that?
Yeah, maybe.
AoE with energy, it would be pretty fucking banging. It's just like this unit interacts with energy in a different way. I kind of want to make it so that its energy... Well, I don't want to make it so that its energy never regenerates. Or I don't really want to make it so that there's any gimmick about energy with it. But immediately my thought is maybe it shouldn't be able to deal... Like maybe it shouldn't start out with much energy or something. So here's the idea anyway. I think we can instead make it so that each attack consumes a lot more energy than before, since Splash is much more impactful. And then it's like, well, if you can cast Essence Drain on somebody, like that's... You can do that. Oh, shit. If you can cast Essence Drain on somebody, you can drop everything and Psystorm your own workers.
I like the Psionic Storm part the most. So wait, the energy drain would actually reduce the cost of the ability?
No, energy drain just gives it more energy to use for attacks. Because like obviously it's going to drain energy as it's regenerating it. So but it's also like really useful for stealing energy. I mean, you're removing energy from a caster. Like if you're in range to do that to a High Templar, you might find the right opening to grab the High Templar's energy, and then he can't Psystorm to retaliate, and then you fucking kill him. Like obviously you're going to deal concussive damage. So like that's one way where it can definitely work out. So it's like this unit could be really fucking strong, honestly. Like now that I'm thinking.
Right, so this unit also can attack ground? Or?
Yeah, it attacks ground and air.
Oh.
It's just in melee, so that's why like it's gonna be
that's
a little.
Fucking great.
Yeah, I'm not sure if maybe it has it's like too weak tanky wise. Like it might be too weak to do that, but I can just see it working out pretty well, honestly. Yeah, so Mutas doesn't, Hydra's doesn't, whatever the fuck your name is. So you come in, you take some of your Mutas, you morph them into the Gorgoleths, you run them into the enemy's mineral line and eat all their workers. They come out with some medics to try to heal them because they're stupid AI, and you fucking steal the medic energy and you get splash damage on your Gorgoleths and you fucking kill all workers some more. It'll be great. At least that's what I imagine the case being, so. But yeah. What was I going to test over here? I don't know, its animation is a little fucky, but...
Yeah, it's quite... I think it's quite too quick.
Quite what?
It's I think it's too quick, but
Well, I don't want it
you
to,
might.
like,
Yeah.
I don't want it to take too long, so that it's
You might want to like compare it to the Ultralisk one.
well, the Ultralisk is pretty fucking slow, honestly.
Yeah, I know, but
So I guess I could set it to wait 2 instead of wait 1, and we can see how that looks. But
yeah, you might not want it to be linear. Linear. So, for example, the part that's actually hitting would be, I don't know, slower.
well, I think we would do. I actually think the wind up after the fact should be slower. Or maybe the one right before it. We can try that. It's using the Zergling hit sound, but the Ultralisk also uses the. Oh no, I guess that is technically the Ultralisk hit sound. That's like slightly different. But I'm not using the. I'm gonna modify that eventually with its own sounds. I'm using that as a placeholder right now.
I guess looks kind of better.
Yeah, I think the
I wonder
weird.
what would actually happen if you do the reverse. So the wind up would be shorter, but the actual hitting part would be slower.
The hitting part is slower. The wind up. You mean the wind down after the animation? What is weird to me is that it doesn't appear to actually. Oh, I guess it's because I don't have like an extra frame there. All right, we'll try that. It's gonna take some tweaking to get right anyway. It feels like the actual graphic is missing a frame set. There's something I've noticed there, but. What do you think now?
Yeah, looks better, I'm not sure about the. Oh, nice shadow, by the way.
I wonder why it's not animating. That's weird. So I'm
Yeah,
not sure if there should be something else done to it, but I guess it's almost extending all the way back to where it was.
Do you think the such long no break code would actually be good?
Well, this is the no break code.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
I guess it's fine.
Yeah, it's not a problem. I might increase its turn delay though. We'll try 33 because 3. No, I'll try 27. I think that's a better number for it. The shadow. It's probably an images issue. Shadow. Oh. I just realized I'm modifying the fucking Gorgoleth entry in the wrong file, so. Classic. Oh. Dummy begin. I put that in the beginning of my brain today. Also, the selection circle should probably be offset somehow. I think it's like too small, but it's also weird. Oh, maybe the image position just needs to be better. What is the image position of the Guardian? Let's take a look. Oh, it's also 4. Maybe we need...
So HYDRA is actually asking some questions.
What's up, dude? Can I use show a large-scale battle of Gorgoleths with some small units? Yeah, absolutely. I'm just making sure that the unit is looking nice. I am wondering what is the problem with the image, though.
Also, he said that we need a spell animation for Gogolef, so the
Yeah,
actual essence drain works. So
shouldn't be a problem. I'll just copy the attack animation, and instead of attack melee, I'll do cast spell. We should use we can use consume as a temporary, like the consume overlay. We can use that as a temporary read.
yeah, maybe if it would be looped and faster, then it would be a good placeholder, I guess.
Well, yeah, hopefully we can come up with a brand new one, but like might be one of those graphics from Five Nations, those particles or whatever, if DF can convert some of them. So, oh, it was breaking because of useful ice script. Okay. So what is the energy drain per attack currently? I think it's like... Is it 5 or is it 10 right now? In the new game state documentation, let me take a look. Yeah, 5 energy, so it should be 10 instead of 5, and add... area cleave damage. I'm thinking... Okay. So we'll throw that in there as the idea. Oh. Wait, is there a flingy for consume? I don't even know that about that one. 169. Oh. I don't know what icon consume is. Jeepers creepers. It's 302. Okay. All right, let's add this. This. And this. Well, their shadows are definitely working. Honestly, these are kind of big units, man. I think I should probably cut a bit of the delay in the frame right before it hits, because that's like, it gives the illusion of them going at it more fast, like in a faster manner, a more threatening manner. That's 3, dude. Well, not the best showing initially, considering, but... Discord broke again?
Hello?
Hi.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I couldn't hear you for a while, so I figured it was broken.
I could probably increase the range a little bit, but I think maybe it's fine. Alright, let's check it out, dude. This is not really a large-scale battle, but...
Honestly, I imagine they would be more tanky.
Yeah, they only have 120 health. This is the same as the Mutalisks.
Do they have any armor?
No, I don't think I actually modified their stats, honestly. Let me see what their stats are supposed to be. Oh yeah, it's supposed to be 190 armor and 2... Or 190 health and 2 armor, so that's probably one of the reasons why they're shit right now. That 190 and 2... Oh. Hold on.
And what the unit size it was supposed to be, medium or?
I have the wrong file open. So that is why. I already did that part. After messing around with all this plain text editing, it's really weird to go back to PyDat. Fucking wild shit. Oh yeah, let me import the script, that minor scripts change that I did. And I guess while I'm here, I'll also find CTF Cop. Is it 153? CTF Cop 1? Is that it? I assume so. Use weapon targeting. Cast spell. I assume this is the order anyway. And then I guess I'll quickly add the cast spell animation as well. I'll add that next time.
I didn't think you renamed the block though, so you might have issues with that.
I just destroyed myself by accident. Oh yeah. Thanks. I didn't realize I was being Mongo. I tried to spawn wraiths for a player 12 or something, and instead of just the not working, it crashed.
Yeah, I saw that.
Fuck 'em up! Yeah, they fucking destroy him. No chance if you don't micro.
Yeah, this is an ultimate mutation of Ultralisk and Mutalisk.
What's up, Ultra?
We have combined with you and Mutas dozen. That's an experiment we had.
Yeah, dude. Hybrid.
So will Lessons Drain actually work if you are capped on energy? Or will it stop?
Well, it will. Yeah, I don't think it should work. I mean, maybe we could make it so it still drains the energy from the caster, but that would be a little weird. Honestly, these things are pretty fucking psychotic. Like, I don't know, man.
Yeah, they might be actually too strong, but maybe we can balance them with a relatively high cost or something.
Right now, they're 50 minerals and 25 gas.
Wow,
I guess they could cost more supply or something. They could cost 3 instead of 2.
they look like they would cost 4, honestly.
Yeah. Check this out. I want to see how this works. What's up, bitches?
Yeah, that's gonna be a massacre because 2 armor, remember? Cool, wow.
I only lost 3.
Oh, that's a spoiler, I didn't know that. Wow, I think this unit is a little bit too a movie. Like,
Well, the whole
imagine having
the
a
idea
red
is
ball.
you'll be kiting against it, so that's why I was suggesting maybe reducing its speed. To
Right,
give it
yeah.
an obvious like issue, but keeping its acceleration relatively high so that it's able to like accelerate and decelerate into the attack range when it actually catches up to you. So maybe we could do 1440 like my original top speed was, and we can try that. We could even make it less. But definitely, like, other light fighters with enough micros should be able to, like, fly away from it. Scourge should catch up to it. One pair of Scourge will kill it, so there's that. It definitely has no answer to Scourge. What's it gonna do? Try to fucking attack? I think the Scourge weapon might actually...
Right, yeah.
What is the Scourge weapon, anyway? Like, what is its range? Oh, it's 3! Range of 3, guys! Holy shit, and has 3 range, too. That's crazy.
Yeah, so maybe actually Gargoyle should be like the same speed as Scourge, so they don't just get hard countered with
Well,
no
you still need to invest a
possible
lot.
reaction.
Like, you need 2 to hit, right? Based on the unit's health, so...
Yeah, but then it's still a hard counter, so I feel like the player should be able to actually like do something that would allow him to
Yeah, it's
at
called
least
having
survive.
mutalisks and patrol microing. It's not a, it's a hard counter to that one
probably.
unit maybe, but it's like, you know, it's a very gas intensive situational hard counter. You might not have a spire, you might not want to spend the gas on it.
Yeah.
And like the surrounding stuff I think is fine too. It's like I think the whole thing works. So I think for it to work properly as far as the AoE goes, I can't use attack melee, I guess. I don't know if this has changed in Ace, but for an AoE, like, I know Necron actually wanted to have the Tarrasque deal AoE damage, and I think he had to do some weird shit to do that before
I
Ace.
can ask him if you want.
Well, I mean, go for it. I was going to suggest that we just look at the fucking documentation for Ace, but... Anyway, for the ID, what even is the ID? 46? No. Yeah, 47. So I think I just have to set it to the white circle one. $172. And then instead of attack melee, I have to use attack with in the I script. And we'll do attack with, well, I guess we can just do attack. And then play sound between. And we'll try that.
He said we would have to set it so it's like the same as Dark Templars for some reason.
Yeah, Dark Templar uses White Circle. That's what I did. So. That's also the Firebat attack, which obviously already has Splash. That's a better example. I just wasn't sure if that would work the same way. So let's see. For some reason, there's like a lag time on the damage, which might be the White Circle itself. I think we can work around that with like moving it forward or back 1 frame in the script. Yeah, that seems to have worked. Hey, they actually got an attack off. I'm impressed. Okay. So let me jump over to the GPTP. Gorgoleth, by the way. Okay. Looks like it was just GPTP changes, which is nice. All right, Icor, if you want to add the splash radius, I made it so that it uses attack instead of attack melee, so it should work. I'm going to go ahead and compile this and test out the ability. I'm also going to need to add the button to the Mutalisk. So we'll say this is 44 icon-wise. Well, I guess we could do 57 or 50. What is it, 56? There we go. Oh, shit! I just realized. I put the wrong stuff in there. So it looks like weapon damage, weapon fire, and use tech. It looks like you actually already put the... it looks like you used the enum instead of the hard code unit ID, so... maybe it's fine. Oh, wait. What did you do in weapon fire? I don't see anything in here related to that, so I don't know why that... what was changed exactly. What was the... was there anything else? Weapon damage, weapon fire... oh, use tech. Well, I don't see anything in here either.
I don't know why, but weapon fire.cpp is not included in your project. Just noticed. And there's a unit morph inject.
This weapon fire is old, and that unimorph inject is also old. I'll just...
Oh, okay.
I have to clean up those files and remove them, basically. So yeah, it doesn't look like I actually need to worry about the... anything there. Fire... And okay. Looks good to me. Did we actually add Gorgolith apiary cases for the flyer attacks? Yeah, nice. Okay. Now I just need to add the latest HYDRA plugin and we'll be good to go. Pretty exciting stuff. I know this isn't directly related to Deliverance, you know, but still a pretty big deal.
It's still used in it, so.
Yeah.
So what tier this unit actually will end up gonna being in? Like, is it a tier 3 unit or?
This would be, it requires a layer, so it's going to be accessible from tier 2. I don't know, I don't remember if I imported the update to the files. It looks like they're only slightly slower, so they should probably be more slower. Oh, I didn't import ARR, the ARR changes. Let me close this for now. Okay, I'll actually have to compile that again. Epic. Because Zyquar did the attack melee stuff. Let me close PyDat. Yes, save orders dat. Oh, can we drag and drop onto PyMPQ yet or no?
Now I'm not sure how we would actually implement that. The Python library is pretty lackluster in that sense. Oh, nice, you managed to fix the shadow, by the way.
Yeah, that was a while ago. That was easy to fix. Same thing was actually happening to the Irelith. I just didn't know. No, it doesn't seem to be working for some reason. Devourer against Gorgolith? I'm pretty sure the Devourer would win. What?
I'm not so sure about that, honestly.
So is this how the order is supposed to be set up, by the way? The weapon is, oh, I guess it should be a pure on target unit, but the weapon itself is set up to be this way. But the unit basically receives no order for some reason. I don't know why. Honestly, I know the graphic needs some team color work, and I know we need to get the placeholder graphic for the production or the text structure for it, the apiary, but this is some pretty fucking cool stuff, getting this new unit implemented. I feel like this is the first actual new unit we've implemented in a while, since maybe even this as far back as the Azazel or the, oh, I guess the Wyvern, yeah, so. Set its energy to tech. Gotcha. Oh, I guess I should go into tech data as well. Where is consume in this list? God damn it. 302, 360. Oh. Oh, destroyed. Well, yeah, it still doesn't work. Maybe if not in range.
Your forces are under attack.
Yeah, Devourers fucking mopped the floor with these guys, dude. Large size versus concussive damage, meanwhile medium size versus explosive damage, and you lose armor and you lose attack speed. Barely did. He did 60 damage to the Devourer, all told.
Wow,
Little
I
pussy.
wasn't expecting that. I actually forgot it was dealing concussive, so...
You may also have forgotten that the Devourer has received an attack speed buff.
Yeah, probably.
I'm pretty sure they can 2v1. I mean, they can 1v2. The Devourer just needs to live with like 60 health or something after the first one dies. Yeah, so he should win, just barely. Well, we don't have access to any graphic we want, man. Oh, maybe will I? Oh, yeah, it's over. How embarrassing. 3 HP destroyed.
And there's actually 2, but the health regeneration
No, it's
kicked
3.
in.
It's always 3.
Okay, guys.
I will take a look at the unit in here. Should probably use medium overlays. Oh, dummy. Oh, it already is set to that. I didn't make any changes, idiot. Alright, I'll send you the EXE again because I can't figure out why it doesn't work, the spell that is. I will quickly test the... Oh. There's the link. I'm going to test the AoE stuff. This should be more than fair. I just want to keep track here. So we got about 70 energy or so. No, doesn't seem to be. Yeah, it's not actually subtracting energy. So I'm not sure what's up with that. You said it was in weapon effect. I want to take a look at it real quick. is charged Gorgolith bullet, by the way. If bullet does not equal null, bullet source unit does not equal null, bullet source unit ID equals Gorgolith, source energy equals. If weapon ID. I think the weapon ID is inaccurate. Let me check. That's 47. But we should really just do and then find oh, I don't even need to edit anything in here. Well, I don't know where the unit ID is. I don't think you actually used just a unit ID anywhere, did you? I think you used the namespace from unitid.h, and in that scope, it's correct. It's 56 instead of 57, so it's fine in unit ID. So if all of your code references this instead of using just writing the ID, it's fine. So Veeq, how do you like Gorgoliths?
Yeah, they're fucking flying ultralight with much more power and stuff. So
Well, they have pretty high.
I mean, they
price.
are more like specialized to be anti-infantry and stuff. So anti-small
well,
units, right?
anti-light in general. I mean, you're gonna smoke wraiths with them.
Anti-light and anti-energy, like anti-spell
Yeah,
caster, right?
anti-caster. I think they occupy an interesting niche. I just want to, I'll fast forward until we have much higher energy counts here, and then I'll give it a shot. Fuck them up! Still isn't working. Is it because there is no bullet? How does the fire bat work exactly? Is it that we attack shift proj? Is that why there's like some functionality there? I mean, I guess I could try instead of attack, I could do attack with 1. But I don't think that would make a huge difference. I'm pretty sure it's identical no matter what. It's still not, it's also notably not actually, like, reducing the energy. I can't believe how much damage they still do, despite the fact that they're not doing the splash. That's pretty absurd. I might have to up their cooldown. So I guess we're supposed to do, like... I don't know. That's really weird. Should I send you another EXE, Eichler, or what should we do here? Is the... You know, in all this excitement, I forgot I was also supposed to be doing some tests with Iroliths and quarries. Oops. Alright, so we have like a little test here. We can see how quickly they are regenerating. I'm wondering if maybe the status is the problem here. Okay.
Orders, Captain?
It doesn't look like there's any change for Iroliths. And I've got to figure out why the fuck the quarry's shadow is so fucked. So 1014 is the image entry apparently. Looks good to me. 110. Yada yada. So now we gotta check the GRP. Maybe there's something wrong with it. I don't know. All this stuff seems fine. Or maybe it's because the quarry's flingy to 11 is not in the config correctly. No, it is 220 to 11. Assuming 220 is the ID for the unit itself, which I would hazard a guess is the case. Well, that's one way to check. As if I do spawn DC. Yeah, we get a quarry, so that is the correct amount. The spellcaster block there. Oh, I can't actually place add-on position for this one. Well, not sure how to fix that. Well, I'm going to take a break since I've been going for almost 4 hours without getting up once, and it's probably not good for me. So I'll BRB, and when I come back, we'll get a little bit more work done, I think, on the first levels stuff.
Yeah, that's gonna be nice. I will be too, so.
Yeah. All right, well, we're all BRBing. Maybe Veeq will yell at you before I get back. We'll see. And see you soon.
Yeah.
You. Can't believe Veeq didn't say you back. Well, I'm back, even though you are not back. And Veeq is not back. Let's take a look. Wow, that's some Windows for you, holy moly. Oh, okay. What was the issue? This is so weird, man. The GRP ID is 943. That's what it should be. Corey Shad. I asked you like 5 times what the ID was, and you never responded, so I assumed that meant that it was fine. What is this order supposed to be? Okay. Any flags that I should have ticked that I don't have ticked over here?
Hi.
Hi.
So what are we planning to do? Oh, I see the essence drain is actually working. That's cool.
Well, it's a little goofy since it costs 100 energy right now.
I don't know.
I'm stealing 100 energy. I'm not stealing any energy. There's nothing being deducted from them. It's also dealing 1 damage. Well, I think it's like 1 damage every other attack or something. I guess it won't let me queue movement orders after it, which is probably a problem.
So anyways, what are we planning to do with the map still? Are we going for the AI now, or... Yeah, I guess we should replace some units, right?
Mm-hmm. I wanted to figure out what units were going to be pre-placed, and then I realized that I needed to refactor this area, so I added that cliff. But now I've done
Right,
that,
yeah.
so... I think it should be fine. So... we talked earlier about what we wanted to do with regards to the pre-play stuff and like the storytelling here, and I even pitched the idea of having one or both players having an expansion already set up. I'm not sure if that would really be ideal, but potentially it could work out. I'm not sure what you think about the idea. Like, how to what degree do you think these the 2 players here, Githroki and Phoenix, or Phoenix is
Yeah, I
fragment?
think they might have an expansion. They were here for quite a while, so... Yeah, they would probably have like an expansion and some tier level tech. Like maybe cybernetics car. Maybe 2 gateways even. But
Yeah, I think so.
I'm not sure about the probe amounts though. Should we actually leave it as 6 or like 8? Or...
Dude, am I getting destroyed? I was placing the pennant. I was so confused.
Oh! I had to be doing the same because I was already trying to do something, but...
I think the probe amounts can be greater. Maybe 10. And this should probably be an assimilator. I wonder what personalities would most benefit or most want to take advantage of Gorgoleths.
Maybe Kag's Swarm? I guess it looks pretty fitting, but maybe not. Maybe Arak, since he is that weird guy who likes
He likes sunken colonies a lot.
yeah, and
Can we expect AI support for picking up a static defense with transports, Iquare? Is that something that we can expect here? Just out of curiosity.
I think we would need something like land command center. We would like specify coordinates from and to, and I guess that would be it.
Does it still deal damage, Iquare? The Essence Drain ability? Do we have a way to modify acceleration as well in here? I don't think so, right? Flingy acceleration? No, I have to reduce the... I have to pretty massively reduce their attack cooldown, I think, if I'm gonna do that. The fuck? Oh. That was embarrassing. I'm amazed it even compiled, honestly. All right. Yeah, it still does damage to them for some reason. It's also giving me 100 energy instead of 50. It should be giving me the same energy that's being drained. So that way, like, if you drain 34 energy from a High Templar that doesn't have max, like, it doesn't have at least 50. You know what I mean? Oh, I should have left that open, but whatever. All right, boys. So, Veeq, you thought they attacked fast before, and that was correct. But they also had an attack speed upgrade. So, we're going to need to
Yeah, I saw
see how that works out. So that puts them back at where they were before. This is what they are right now. I think it should be somewhere in between.
How much damage did they deal?
12. They went from 10 to 12. I don't know. Maybe it's not really that interesting to have an attack speed upgrade, though. Like, I'm not sure if it really is that worthwhile.
Maybe they would have energy leash that would actually heal them. So they would have to decide if they want a AoE attack or if they want to heal themselves.
What if instead of an attack speed upgrade, they get an upgrade similar to what you're talking about with leeching, but instead it drains energy from whoever they attack. So it's like another way for them to get energy back without having to use the ability. I don't know, maybe that overlaps too much with it, but
Well, I'm not sure why wouldn't you actually use the spell then?
yeah, that's what I mean. It's like, well, I guess it gives you a lot more. Maybe they only get energy equal to 50% of the
Yeah,
damage.
not really, because... Or maybe? Would the AoE also drain energy?
I don't think so. But then it's kind of unintuitive. Like, it probably should, but for balance, we wouldn't want it to.
Yeah, I'm not sure about that upgrade.
I just don't, like, the basic attack speed upgrade feels kind of boring, and...
Yeah. So maybe they would have a bonus attack speed when they are like a much greater bonus, but they would have to be like they would have to have more than half energy to activate that bonus.
Yeah. Because then it would encourage you to use the ability. Well, I guess the issue then is that you get control taken away from you when you drain energy by attacking. You know what I mean? So you can keep it above that, but
I think you should be able to disable that AoE though, like to toggle it.
I'm not sure if I mean, it should be, and then we have to ask the question of whether it should be toggled on by default, and like we have to figure out when the AI would want to toggle it off. Like, it adds a ton of overhead.
Right, yeah.
I think if we make it similar to how Death March scales with current health, and like that Ecclesiast or whatever, I think it was the Amaranth upgrade scales with current shield percentage, or whatever it was. Oh, I think it was like they get increased shield bleach when they have lower health or something. So like, when we have stuff like that, I think that adds like an element of like, all right, this is a consistent behavior. So maybe the upgrade is actually that they get increased attack speed based on their energy. So the more energy they have, the more attack speed bonus they get. Which obviously means that they wind down after. So you still lose out on the bonus.
And that would mean that you actually would want to hunt for energy and...
It would only be an upgrade is the thing. It's just that I don't know if... I'm wondering if the upgrade...
I think the upgrade would have to, be very... I mean, the attack speed increase would have to be, very high on the max energy, so you're actually rewarded.
Well, I also wonder if maybe... As long as they... maybe it caps at 50% energy, so everything else doesn't give you any more... any additional benefit, but... Well... it gives you more time. If you have max energy, it gives you more uptime at max attack speed. But I guess if it's a flat scaling thing, if it just scales, it's probably fine. If it scales with your energy.
Yeah, I think so.
So, but as it stands, I don't think an attack speed upgrade is particularly interesting. It certainly doesn't add any positional element to the unit.
Yeah, honestly, I would even rework adrenal glands.
Yeah, I mean, I think any attack speed upgrade is pretty boring. Movement speed upgrades are a little bit more interesting because they allow you to do more micro-wise, they allow you to do different things than before.
Right, yeah.
But attack speed is just more power, right? So... I think Adrenal could be more like the longer the Zergling spends attacking the same unit, the more attack speed it gets. And then it goes to its current adrenal gland value. It gets up to that after attacking the same unit 5 times or even we could just invoke the magic number and make it 3 times. But whatever the number is, at least then it's maybe you could go even farther than default adrenal if you attack it for longer. That way it's okay, well it feels like a nerf, but this can actually be even higher DPS.
The possible problem is that the attack will probably be interrupted, which could possibly reset the stacks, right?
What do you mean it could be interrupted?
Because when you're fighting with Zerglings, you're moving a lot, so...
Yeah, so the timer would have to be 2 seconds or something. There'd be a grace period before this.
Also, I'm not sure about that part of having to attack the same unit. Because that doesn't really feel well with the identity of the unit, I think.
No? I feel like they're usually used to focus down specific targets. You usually swarm an enemy and have it oh, I've got 6 Zerglings on 1 tank. You're rarely spreading them out. And
Right, yeah, in early game, but I'm thinking about more large-scale situations and...
Yeah, but even
I
then,
feel
you're rarely going from attacking one unit to another because Zerglings are so weak that they die before they usually kill their target. If it's an even fight, it's just that they win with numbers. So they're almost always focused on one target. It's just a bunch of them are focused on individual single targets. But you're not it's not like a Dragoon kiting backwards where sometimes you're gonna hit one Zergling and then another Zergling. You know what I mean? We could make it so that they just get this passive and it scale the more attacks they land in a certain amount of time. Basically it would encourage you to kite away from them because it's if the adrenal passive itself falls off after 5 seconds of being out of combat or whatever that is, then maybe that's fine too. It's also less overhead of remembering what target you hit with a unit like a Zergling, so I think that is...
Yeah, I feel overhead because in large scale ZVZ, if you have 100 Zerglings fighting 100 Zerglings, I don't think that upgrade would actually proc
1,000 Zerglings fighting 1,000 Zerglings.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, I know what you mean though. So what is the attack speed right now? It's 200%. Should we go all the way up to 300, or should it? I think 250% is probably fine for the attack speed. We would say 250%.
For Gargarev? Or...
No, for the Zergling.
I think it's plus 50%. I will check.
Well, let me find the weapon cooldown. You can break down the formula for me. Oh, I guess it would be an apply upgrade flags. So
It looks like it's it's 33% from a Wikipedia.
yeah, don't trust Wikipedia. They might be right about this, but they're very rarely right about a lot of stuff. So the cooldown upgrade Boolean gets set if they have the basically to the value of the adrenal glands upgrade level, and then you set unit status cooldown upgrade, and I don't know if that has anything to do with weapon cooldown. Yeah, unit status cooldown upgrade. So basically cooldown modifier is stim timer minus ensnare timer plus cooldown upgrade. So if no other changes were there, the Zergling would have a cooldown modifier of 1 with adrenal glands.
I don't think you need to actually touch cooldown modifier.
No, I'm not editing it. I'm asking you. I'm asking you to break down what it actually is based on that. So you have a cooldown upgrade value of 1, which in turn writes cooldown modifier to 1. Now cooldown modifier with a value of 1 goes through the rest. And
okay.
And the rest of like this formula basically is what's going on here. So
can you scroll up a little bit?
it takes cooldown itself has the value of weapon ID.
Yeah, so it looks like it's
If the modifier
half?
is greater than 0,
Maybe.
it's divided by 2. It doesn't look like it scales then, it's just a flat.
Right, yeah.
That's weird. Shouldn't it be like divided by equal?
Could be a while loop
It
or
isn't.
something. Yeah, I know.
I think it would be like if cooldown modifier is greater than 0, it would be cooldown modifier plus 1. I guess I could just do plus plus, right? Because then it's like if it's at 1, it goes to 2, which is what it should be.
Anyways, I think we will need to have the stacks, like the stack system like we have for Ecclesias.
Well, I'm not trying to implement it right now. Like I said, I'm just trying to figure out what the cooldown actually is for adrenal glands, so I can figure out how.
So
much
it looks
farther
like
can
it's half of it, but it's probably it might be like be set to 250 if it's below that or above that. I mean,
well, the higher the cooldown is, the longer the delay is.
so yeah, it would be 5, I guess, maybe.
Well, if it's less than
I'm
5,
sure.
it gets rewritten to 5. So that's like the upper echelon or the lower point. Like that's as fast as an attack can be, is 5 frames or whatever.
Okay,
But-
so it looks like the cooldown is half, but
Yeah, half of the weapon ID.
you can try commenting it out and checking if it's actually affecting.
Well, if we just look at
Zergling.
the clause, the normal attack is already 8. So basically, it gets set to 4. I mean, it gets set to 4
so it
and then it
gets
gets set to 5.
Yeah.
So I think maybe that we should lower the lower amount. I don't know why it's like this. This is probably just the original
It
code.
would also affect Stimpack, I think. Wouldn't it?
Stimpack has its own. I should probably comment.
Alright,
Some
yeah.
fixes ace. Stimpack. Accuracy. Well, I'll just write it that way. But yeah, in this case, we have cooldown equals 5. I don't know what the
I guess
actual...
we could like decrease the cooldown by 1 for every stack. Up to 4 stacks, I guess.
Well, the
Or
thing,
5, maybe.
it's already capped at adrenal. So, yeah, so like in this case, we're looking at a value of 8. And then
Right, yeah.
you're saying
So
decrease the cooldown by 1 per stack, which would bring it eventually down to 4 if we had a maximum of 4 stacks.
yeah, if we would go with 5 stacks, it would be the minimum of 3, which could be actually broken. So
Well, it probably would be, yeah. I guess we can set it to 4 then here. Well, we'll add a capacity here for it, but... So then I guess we should do like... In C unit layout, we should find the... place where we put the, oh, I don't actually know. We don't have it in here because this is the HYDRA one. Do you remember where the...
I think we were using globals, but that was Zyquer who actually implemented that, so...
Yeah, but we had to put the layout in here somewhere.
Did we?
Yeah.
I don't remember that then.
So if we do like, yeah, if I go back to... Yeah, and C unit layout, okay. So that tells me where it was placed, I think. Yeah. Ah. How nice of Iquare to override our Ecclesiast code. How far up can this go? I think Iquare went to bed or something. Shit, homie. Alright, well, we'll just re-add the Ecclesiast stuff later at a different ID. It should be fine. So in this case, we'll do adrenal stacks equals 30. Wait, 29. And now, in-game hooks. Wait, what time is that? Okay.
I can try reverse engineering the Ecclesiast code to implement the adrenal stacks.
It's just this. It's nothing super crazy. I'm already plugging it in basically. And then in, I think it's on weapon. Like we can do it on weapon damage or I guess weapon fire as well. I know we did it in here before. So if attacker does not equal null. Okay. So this is...
You will have to change the target variable to attacker here in the ace values because the stacks go to Zerglings, not to the targets, right? And also, I guess we can remove the attacker check. No, it's actually important.
Wait,
Never
what?
mind.
Oh, you're saying no about that other thing? Oh, we have to do adrenal timer.
I think 2 seconds is fine.
Okay, I was gonna increase it, but we can test it the way it is.
What value had you have in mind for that?
I thought it was gonna be 5, but
Yeah, I was thinking we want it to be like kiteable so you can actually outplay it.
yeah, 2 seconds is probably more than reasonable considering you've got move speed and all that. HYD generic value, value ID adrenal stacks. And yeah, we have to cap it at 4, right?
Right, yeah.
Okay, so then in
You
apply
might need
upgrade
to
flags, I'm going to need to find the case for adrenal glands here.
we might also need to add some ice code to handle those stuff.
No, it's pretty good by itself.
Oh, cool.
I'm actually not sure if I need to mess with this at all, but now, what was the wacky shit we were checking? Value
For every stack, like you basically subtract stacks.
Yeah, what I'm checking is
You will need to copy that value from the if to get the ace value. Like you need that STBV BW get ace value. Fine. Yeah, this one.
so basically if it's not 0, we do cooldown minus.
We subtract it by that amount, basically.
I'm not sure if this gets written into a.
No, you need to actually get the ace value. Like use that same line you have in the if.
Yeah, I think
Because value ID is just like 29, I think.
I think that should work.
You can think so.
I'm not sure if it's okay being all the way up there.
It might be U32. I'm not sure. If cooldown is, then adrenal stacks probably are too.
It's part of value ID. I guess we can check in.
You can check what the command returns.
Oh, another good idea. Oh yeah, it's U32. Okay. So maybe this works?
Yeah, hopefully.
I still don't know what percentage of attack speed we're giving. I guess up to 200%.
It might be different per each stack, so
Well, up to is the scaling point. Like that's what I'm looking for, because it goes
Right,
from 8
yeah.
to 4 max. So
it's double the attack speed.
yeah. Adrenal glands now grants up to 200% attack speed based on adrenal stacks, which increase with each attack to a cap of 4. Stacks fall off after 2 seconds, not being refreshed. Okay. Sure is taking its sweet fucking time putting this up here. Now, Iquare actually suggested that we should use this behavior for the Gorgoleth itself, but I think scaling it based on energy is probably fine. This is like a little bit more unique as to how it interacts with energy. Because it already interacts with energy to add splash, but then you can make it so that it interacts with energy to add attack speed. But I'm not sure. Maybe we'll think of a different idea. Yeah, I think they just automatically have the upgrade still. So in apply upgrade flags, I guess I should. Oh, wait. What the fuck? Oy, oy, oy. You.
I'm not sure if you should actually comment out the whole block. Like maybe only the big cooldown upgrade. The flags might be important for something, I don't know.
I think it works.
Yeah, looks like it.
It's weird that it goes like from 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. Like it's like super quick.
Yeah.
Oh, I don't think we've added the timeout? Or I thought the timeout was supposed to be when we added the timer to it.
I guess we might need to subtract it per frame in game hooks, I guess.
No, I don't think we needed to do that before. Yeah, it seems like it's a permanent bonus for now. I don't know why. But it does seem to be working, so... Just need to figure out what's wrong with it. It's only 1 frame higher than it used to be if our weapon cooldown changes took into effect.
Yeah, looks like it.
So it's not a huge buff. And it's also not even really, it doesn't seem like it's that big of an impact at the end of the day, but I guess it adds a bit of a wind-up time. I don't know. It doesn't feel like it's that much of an impactful change, I guess. because you're already at like the lower end of stuff. I think this is the only stuff in game hooks that that was related, so I'm not really sure what else.
I think it will actually be a big deal in terms of PvZ because if the Zealot has upgrade advantage, he will kill the Zerglings quickly, so they won't wind up so much. So
They might get like 1 or 2 less hits off each, yeah. Well,
yeah, so
something like that. I guess it could be impactful, but it's... I'm not... Like, the biggest issue is that their attack is already pretty fast. So this does not feel that impactful, but if it were on, like, the Ultralisk or something that attacks much slower, it would definitely... You'd feel the impact. I just don't know what to do about the actual... Like, what we would do to make it more attractive, or... Like, I don't actually know that it adds a lot of expression, is what I'm getting at. Partially because
Right,
the
yeah.
fact that the stacks fall off seems kind of pointless to a unit that dies really quickly. I mean, I guess you could escape it, but it doesn't seem to have made a significant change, you know what I mean? I'm not sure what we would do differently, though.
maybe we should like have double the stacks or something. No, that wouldn't really help.
It would
I'm
go
not
all...
sure.
It would definitely make it so that it just never stopped attacking. There's that. Like, we could make it so that it's like that, but the problem is that the stack... Unless it was every other attack or something.
Yeah, that was what I was thinking actually. But I'm not sure if that would actually be beneficial for them because they would probably just die. Or maybe not.
No,
Maybe
I don't.
that's
I
fine,
think it would be
actually.
beneficial. I just don't know actually how to implement it, because we could make it so that the stacks actually go up. Well, I guess we could make the stacks go up to 8, right? So we could do in weapon damage 8 instead of 4. Add 1.
And now you would have to divide the value to by 2 and then actually use math floor. STD floor. Pretty sure.
Why would it, wait? I don't even know what that is. I was just gonna subtract it by adrenal.
Oh, it
stacks,
actually should actually truncate anyways because it's an integer.
Yeah.
So
Well, I guess it's a
You'll be fine.
U32, but it gets...
yeah, U32 is also an
Yeah, it's
integer,
the same
but
thing, so...
it's unsigned and has 32 bits.
So this should work out fine as a way to do that.
Yeah.
So we'd have to say capping at 8. It's just that this means that only every other attack actually makes a difference, I think, because of the way that it works. I still don't know why the stacks themselves are not expiring, though. That's like an iQuare question, and he is not here, unfortunately. So we couldn't really ship this live.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it should actually that we should actually use some kind of decrease, like we should decrease the value somewhere because we didn't anywhere specify that this is an actual timer besides the naming convention we have.
Well, what is this? What does this last line here do? It sets the stacks of... Like, what is this attacker player doing?
I think it's the thing that specifies who the stacks belong to.
Oh, right, yeah, we don't need that.
Because it was Ecclesiast.
Well, then it was setting the stack to the value of my player ID instead of... Because I just, like, blind copied that. So we don't need that line at all. Because that was for the player. Like, we needed to save the player who owned the Ecclesiast stack. If you remember.
Yeah, also you added the adrenal stacks to target, not the attacker.
Oh.
Which is incorrect. The same thing goes for the if. Yeah.
Okay, so maybe this will fix our issues.
And it actually looked like it was working correctly, so...
Yeah, that's why I'm really confused. Now it doesn't look like it's working.
Maybe it does.
It does not work. Add generic value. That's correct then.
I actually think it worked, but it's slower. And also it was much faster previously because we had that bug with player. I think.
So what should I do to test this exactly? Should I make it so that this...
Maybe go revert the change with the division.
Yeah.
And also you would have to limit the stacks. So no, never mind.
The stacks are
shouldn't.
limited to 8, but after 4, it's not going to matter because
Yeah,
of the
yeah.
lower limit. Yeah. That doesn't seem like it's doing anything. I'm pretty sure it just isn't taking into effect now.
Right, yeah, probably.
But why was that the case when it was doing fucking... So... Maybe it's something in this because this was supposed to be for the unit that... Wait.
What? You need at least one adrenal stack to stack it.
Why?
You should check for the upgrade instead.
Well, no, this is GameHook's logic for applying the stacks themselves.
No, but the if condition is actually checking if you already have a one stack before adding another one. You just change the timer to stacks. If you compare it to Ecclesiast,
Oh,
you
so it
should
should be
just...
the timer. So this should be checking to see if the timer is still there or something, or what?
No, you should just check for if the upgrade is here, like the adrenal glands instead. I'm pretty sure.
But what is this even doing exactly? Sending the set generic value of
No,
adrenal
it's set generic value. Wait.
No, this is what this is.
No.
I think this was.
Oh yeah, so it
This
actually
is what
were
clears the timer.
we're supposed to, yeah.
So
I think it
before
clears
it was clearing
the
stack.
stacks.
So that's why my fuck up there. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, okay. Now it will work. Most likely. At least the removing stack part of it.
Us being big dummies, mostly me. No, it's definitely working.
I like how you place every unit in a bunch of trees.
Mm-hmm. It's definitely not falling off. If adrenal timer is 1.
I don't think we are actually modifying the timer though.
We are. We're setting the timer to 49 in here.
Yeah, we are setting it, but we are not like
A's is
subtracting from it
modifying the
every.
timer on A's side. A is subtracting.
Yeah, so then we will have to specify that this is a timer indeed. Like
We didn't have to do that for
mark
the
it as timer.
Ecclesiasts, though, and it's a generic value.
The adrenal stacks are also generic values.
I think we should go bigger. So what am I supposed to be looking at then? Looking at HYDRAs. I don't even know where it, maybe it's in globals, right? That's what we were supposed to be looking at earlier. So generic timer. I think it just takes the value from GPTP. I don't think it cares what the value actually is in here. I don't see like a list of other timers. So like, what would the other timers in the game be that use this method? Like shaman, healing, or something?
Yeah, but that's not actually specified in the file itself, I think. It would be like set after like enabling the unit or something. The ability, I mean.
Well, maybe we screwed something different up in here. Like,
Maybe we should set generic timer instead of set generic value. Is this even a thing?
yeah, for the A's ID. Maybe that's why. And then a weapon damage. Maybe that has something to do with it. Maybe the Ecclesiast code is also bugged and it doesn't get removed. I guess we haven't really tested it aggressively.
Right, yeah.
So that bug may also be in there. But I'm pretty sure, like, the way Iquare explained it, he said that you shouldn't have to do anything in A's to interact with this system, so...
Right, yeah, so we would only set it to generic timer. So we actually didn't do that previously.
Yeah, it seems to work now. I think. Well, I don't know. I'll do another test later. I just need to... I wanted to modify it so that... I'm going to try when it just has 5 stacks and it's not doing the division part. It'll have a cooldown of 3. Oh. Didn't wait for the build. The premier Starcraft modding experience.
Can we actually see some Zerglings in battle against some Zealots, maybe? I guess you would also need speed upgrade. Make it sensible.
Unlikely I have Adrenal and no upgrades, like no melee upgrades, and they don't have leg enhancements. But... It definitely looked like they ramped up in terms of efficiency there. I think I felt the impact, but it could be placebo. I also don't actually know if this is the same attack speed increase max as default adrenal. So let me check that real quick. It seems like it's pretty similar. Like I don't feel like a huge.
I think it's plays a little bit faster.
It is,
Can you actually?
Our adrenal is a little bit faster, but
Can we actually check for the same scenario in normal adrenal in the mod you just run? Like the same amount of units and stuff.
yeah. So we had 24 Zerglings and 12 Zealots.
Yeah, and 12 Zergling upgrades.
Yeah. I think they're getting yeah, they're getting shield upgrades back somehow. That's pretty funny. Not exactly a fair test when they get that. That's pretty epic. Well, let's do a test against bio. This is with default adrenal. So I have 7, 8. So with 15 survivors, roughly speaking, we can now test with the same thing. I think it really depends on your opening too. I mean, like you can do some really weird shit. Like if you're preparing for an attack, you can have your units attacking like your own stuff.
I don't think it's really feasible because the timer is only 2.
Yeah.
I think you had a better concave now. Though.
Yeah, it's hard to do an identical test. I think it really matters where you hit. I mean, at the very least, we know, like, okay, even if that's a better concave, we also had more survivors this time, so, like, we can say it's a wash and it's even. At the very least, if it's even, I'm still happy with it because there's more counterplay now, and it's a bit more interesting.
Right, yeah.
And we know that the DPS is higher, like, potential DPS is higher. I guess, like, another test we could do is just see how long it takes. Well, I guess I should spawn. And we should do, like... around 55. So one Zergling attacking took about from 55 to 72 and a half or something like that. 73. So then we can test in the other one. So it took them 18,000 or 1,800 frames before. Now starting at 4. Ending at 6. So yeah, I mean that's like a 2,000 frame difference almost. I mean, again, margin of error. We can even say it's 1,000, but we know now that there's like a considerable degree. So that's 1.3 minutes. Pretty psychotic. Oh wait. 2,000 divided by 24 would be 83 seconds. Yeah, 1.3 minutes. Oh, I think that's pretty good. So we got that change implemented. Seems to fall off correctly as well. So I think we'll go ahead and I'll send this over. Say add new adrenal glands passive.
What do you think about hydraulic range? Maybe we also could rework it.
I don't know if Hydralisk range is a bad thing, because again, range provides more options for moving and like micro potential.
Right, yeah, but I feel like the upgrade is still like a pretty straightforward stat upgrade and nothing else.
Well, there's certain upgrades that are always going to feel essential, but I feel like that's not a bad thing. Like, I mean, if you're going to use a lot of a unit, then you're going to want to upgrade them. I don't think every upgrade needs to be positional or advanced, but it should provide the unit with more tools to do what the unit already wants to do, like accentuate its strengths.
Right, yeah.
You know? So I would say we should look at it like the Hydralisk wants to get into range to attack, obviously. Movement speed and attack range both help that. It also helps the Hydralisk kite backwards. I guess the issue that I have with adrenal glands more than any of the other upgrades is that the unit that it was affecting is already very straightforward. The Zergling is fairly basic in that regard. Like, it's not a unit that you need. It's not a high concept unit. It doesn't require a lot of micro.
Right, yeah.
You know, I mean, there's interesting things you can do with it, no doubt, but it's not a unit that like you know, it doesn't require a lot of complexity. But then so it's a straightforward unit basically. Then to add a straightforward unit on top of that, or a straightforward upgrade on top of a straightforward unit, feels like, you know, the movement speed upgrade reinforces what it wants to do, but it, you know, still requires precision in terms of how you micro your units, where you move them. The adrenal glands upgrade doesn't require any precision. It just rewards you for getting on top of the enemy. But I think rewarding the player for getting on top of the enemy and then like doing something else, like doing so skillfully, is better. And that's where the positional gameplay argument comes in, and why I so often am adding positional gameplay to the unit or the units is because I feel like it's a great way to reward players who are playing well. So,
Right, yeah. But with the Hydralisk upgrade, I feel like it's pretty binary, and that you actually always will take movement speed first, and then you will always take the range upgrade if you are intending to use them, like Hydralisk, I mean.
if you're intending to use them as like, I think the movement speed upgrade is really good because it lets you move around faster, closes rotations between, like, it's attractive for a variety of reasons basically. And I think that's also a good, like, a sign of it being, generally speaking, it's like a sign of it being decent in the game.
I mean, the upgrade is very good, but I can't imagine using Hydralisk without it, so that's kind of my problem.
You're talking about the range upgrade or the movement speed upgrade?
Yeah, now I talked about the speed one.
Yeah, you can't imagine using Hydralisks without it, but it's not like they're a useless unit without the upgrade, though. Like, it is just increasing their...
Aren't them?
No. I mean,
I
plenty
would
of people
say
are
the...
training Hydras while getting that upgrade and using them before the upgrade hits. I mean, obviously, it's I would say it's an essential upgrade, but again, that, like, missile attack and missile carapace flyer attack and flyer carapace are essential if you're going air. I mean...
Yeah, right.
I don't think that there's an intrinsic issue with that. But the other thing to consider is also whether or not there's a deeper issue with regards to the... I mean, the range upgrade that you're bringing up being binary in the way that it is, it doesn't add a huge amount of value, but it does add essential value anyway if you're going to be using a lot. Like, the effective value gained from it is pretty high. I just don't...
And I wasn't arguing that it's like very weak, but
No,
it's
yeah.
like...
I'm saying that the... I'm not saying that that's what you were arguing. I just mean that I understand that as far as I understand, your issue with it is that it feels binary. Like, you get the upgrade, you're always going to get the upgrade. There's never a case where you get the upgrade in a different order, where you get range first then speed. Like, it's almost always objectively a better option to get speed first. But also,
Right, yeah.
it's almost always an objectively good option to get that upgrade. But I think the idea of essential, straightforward upgrades are fine. I mean, Hydras have a lot of interesting gameplay associated with them, primarily because where they go, they can threaten to morph into lurkers and now basilisks. So there's an element of an unknown quantity to them that goes beyond just their own stats. Because if you don't have active vision of them in the battlefield, you don't know what they actually could be. And I guess a more obvious pressing issue is just the fact that they're a ranged unit, like they're an all-rounder unit, right? And it's fine to have all-rounder units. I mean, they're important to the game. But that means that they, upgrades that improve their ability and help them scale into keeping that all-rounder role are more... So could you make it so that it's more positional or requires more overhead to secure? Yeah. But I don't know if you should, because then where are you at with... where do you go from there, right? Like, where do you... If you're a player and you've built a ton of Hydras, do you really want to sit there and micromanage them to that level to get whatever the benefit is of the upgrade? I mean, I wouldn't want to engage with a system like that myself, because it would just be a ton of overhead. So I don't know how you resolve the issue that you're taking with the upgrade without... Like, I can imagine ways to rework it so that it's a bit more complicated, like it requires creep with basilisks do, the way basilisks do, or you get more benefits for attacking from the maximum range, like basilisks and guardians do when they're upgraded. But I can't imagine making it so that it's straightforward enough.
You said that the upgrade is like pretty straightforward and stuff, but like in contrary, you have that dragon upgrade, which gives you 2 range, and actually, it's the only upgrade you can get in vanilla, and it actually enables new strategies. It allows you to poke bunkers. It allows you to like attempt to fight mech. So, like in...
Yeah, but
in the times
Hydras
of
with
PvP,
range
yeah.
are necessary in order to fight mech as well. Like, you need the range to fight mech in that matchup.
Right, maybe.
You do. Like, that's how the matchup works. Like, you need Hydras, and you need Hydras with range specifically in order to deal with, like, tanks and Goliaths and Vultures. Like, obviously you also need Zerglings, but like Hydras and Lurkers are the key thing against mech. And that upgrade is what helps facilitate them to reach that level.
What if the upgrade would be like you wouldn't have that upgrade, but you would have that range by default, and then you would have another upgrade that would be something more interesting.
Well, the issue then is that Hydralisks are much more powerful for free. So you have to change the balance of the game pretty significantly.
So what if you would, for example, combine the upgrades and make them more, like, maybe more costly?
Combine what upgrades? I wouldn't want to combine speed and range, because then you combine, like, unless you're making it more costly, that just means that you're increasing the barrier. Like, there's not a meaningful decision. You've removed meaningful decision now. If you
but I mean, you would instead have another upgrade that would be more interesting.
It would still be taken after the first one, because it's a pure stat upgrade that allows them to scale up. So it's not a meaningful decision. I mean, you can add another decision to make afterwards, but it wouldn't be a decision to be made elsewhere. This is not a problem that I don't view this as an issue in the entire game. So I'm trying to understand where you're coming from, and I do agree that it's not the most exciting thing and it's not the most interesting thing, but improving the ability for units to engage with stuff. I mean, you just came to bat for the Dragoon range upgrade. I would say the Marine range upgrade is in a similar state. I don't see a difference between the way that the Dragoon and Marine range upgrades interact with those units and the way the Hydralisk range upgrade interacts with those units. Now, maybe the issue is similar to Stim, where you're always getting Stim first to improve your unit's mobility, and then you're getting range to improve your unit's ability to take different interactions or different engagements. And maybe what you would like instead of that is a bit more dichotomy as far as when to get what upgrade, or like whatever, like the choices could be more meaningful or something. I think that's true, but I don't view it as like an issue that absolutely needs to be resolved by ripping out the existing stuff. I would say that's an observed flaw with the way that the game works right now, and we can learn from that flaw and sort of parlay it into our own design philosophy when we end up making the actual new RTS, so that we make upgrade decisions and paths more interesting. Like, it's not an issue with Zerglings because adrenal glands and metabolic boost are given to you at different tech tree levels. Like, you need a hive for adrenal. So you don't really have the opportunity to, like, odds are if you're getting adrenal, you probably already got metabolic. You know what I mean? So it's not really like, oh, I have access to both of them at once and I have to make a decision. Because usually by that point, you've already made the decision. What's up, Balefal? Didn't mean to ignore you there. How you doing? I think, I do think that there's probably a way to add another Hydralisk upgrade, though. I mean, I think there's ways to add all sorts of different things to the game, and we'll probably look into doing that. But I think it'll probably be more from the perspective of class upgrades, similar to what we had in mind for Deliverance, where we were going to have class upgrades for things like Striders. I mean, like, Taldaran's Grace is a Strider upgrade. In a way, Dragoon Range is also a Strider upgrade because it also affects Hierophants, but only because those are the only two Dragoons, or only two Striders. I might actually end up separating that and giving Hierophants a more impactful range boost, like a +2 instead of +1, but as a separate upgrade. I don't know how I feel about that yet, because they are fairly similar, and obviously at that point, like, it's literally identical at that point. So I don't know how to square that one, but I wouldn't want all Striders to get a benefit from Singularity Charge, because then you would need to increase the cost of the upgrade, I think, and then it would impact negatively on Dragoon affordability for the sake of adding diversity to it or whatever. So we'll have to figure out that later on when we add more Striders and stuff. But I think class upgrades for something like a ranged Zerg unit, whatever we end up calling that class, would be pretty useful. Obviously, melee warriors like Zergling and Ultralisks, and I guess Gorgoleths could get, like, upgrades altogether, so. Holy shit, I really have to get ready for work. But before I do, I'll demonstrate the Gorgoleths again, because they're cool. I really don't know why this keeps happening. And thanks, Veeq, for helping me set up this adrenal gland upgrade. That was really useful.
Yeah, no problem.
Getting that sorted. So we know the GRP ID is 943, the Icecraft ID is 275, that's fine. I mean, I don't know why there would be any issues with this. It's almost like the graphic itself is fucked.
I guess you can also show the adrenal glands changes to Bolatal.
Yeah, I don't even know if he's still here. He may have fucked off, but if he's here, I'm sure he'd be interested. It seems as if the... Hold on. Well, they are 256 pixels, which should be fine, but maybe something is getting destroyed in here. I'll just canvas them down 32. What even is this? Didn't I do percent? Oh wait, I should have been doing pixels relative minus 32. Well, let me just cancel this all. Jesus Christ. Yeah, my only thought is that maybe because it's at 256 pixels, it's like right on the line and not throwing an error, but also not rendering correctly. Hello? Oh,
Did someone
no, it's still
page me?
fucked. I don't know. And yeah, Ireliths didn't work when we were trying to test them.
It looks like the shadow got smaller, so maybe it's not the pure black in background.
Can you rewind the YouTube stream and check? See if it's
Yeah, I can.
covering the leftmost spire of the armory. That is actually a good idea, though. Maybe that has something to do with that. I might not have reset my swatches in the action and it used 0808 instead of...
Yeah, it definitely was wider, so...
Yeah, I just figured it out. Thanks.
No problem.
So Ireliths aren't working, but that's okay because I haven't processed their text structure anyway in terms of its graphics, so... let me just process this to verify that it works. Did I get disconnected? No, no.
No.
What did you unknow me? Oh, okay. Hey!
Did someone page me?
Might be too far to the... It might be just too stretched. I guess I could reprocess it and make it less...
You resized it, so maybe that's that. Maybe not.
No, I think... I mean, what I could do is... I could offset it to the left in iScript, but I don't think it would matter here. Check out my Gorgolith. Oh yeah, I gotta reset its attack speed back to what it used to be. And then we're done here. I'm gonna see if I can actually train Gorgoleths in like a campaign mission or something to make sure that everything works out. I was 47, right? Yeah. Imagine dealing 16 damage per second. Weapons. Too bad that the splash isn't working. So it's not fully implemented. Oh. Wrong one. Check out my build order. Ah, it's not enabled. Fuck. Why did I disable the structure? What the fuck? Maybe it's just... reset all. What will happen? Okay. So how did your PO1 game go yesterday? Have you ever heard about it?
Well, the center Protoss got destroyed, but we managed to defeat them pretty easily. And then I forgot to pause the game, and it crashed after a while of being in the background. So that was interesting.
Why isn't it working? Did I not forget? I must have forgotten to save when I added the buttons. Wait, I didn't. Oh man. Wait. What? You? Oh. That's just bugged because of that Firegraft issue. Alright, I'm not fucking playing around again. I'll just cheat.
I don't think Protoss will like you speeding up the game so much. Probably destroy you for that.
Nah. That's rude.
Our forces are under attack.
Yeah, that's also rude. Why? At every fucking stage of the game, I get fucking cucked. Why can't I just kill my AI with Gorgoleths? Oh, it's probably the same bug. Wait, what? No, it's fine. Current unit is Mutalisk, Gorgolith Apiary. I'm pretty sure that's the same thing for Guardian, right? Wait, no. That's also right. What? Why can't they do it? Oh, there's some fucking GPTP hooked hard code in unit morph. How could I forget? No? I don't know. I don't know how to set it up so that it works. Alright, what is this? Who's responsible for this fucking code? What? I don't know what Ichor did. I'm so lost. What was his fucking code? 198? Yeah, that's Egg Basilisk. But what is 179? Is that even an egg? What did he do? Devour is 173. Maybe that's what I needed, but I don't know. weird. Well, I guess we can try compiling that. Maybe it'll work. Anyway, I gotta get ready. So I think that'll be my end for the night, for the day. I'll try to get some more work done on this plugin ship. Maybe ship a new version that has the Gorgoleth and some other junk tonight. But if not, we'll probably have that tomorrow. Certainly by Fraud Night, we will see Gorgoleths in action. Very exciting. So yeah. Thanks for hanging out, Veeq. Thanks for all your help.
Yeah, thank you.
If you end up doing any work, I'll quickly ship my add. Wait, what did I actually add? I think just like more terrain decoration. I didn't really do much. Oh, I also added the pre-placed units, but that's fine. Yeah, so thanks for hanging. And if you do any work on the map or whatever, just DM me so that we can
Yeah,
talk about
okay,
it.
sure.
See you all when I see you. Bye.
See ya.